Good morning, GSRC racers, friends, and families. We are here to bring you the penultimate round of the Login Systems Endurance Championship live from sunny Nurburgring, home to the most famous racetrack in the world, the Nordschleife. But today, we'll be racing on the Nurburgring WEC layout because, of course, this is an endurance race. I'm Liam Banks. Alongside me is Formula V Championship leader and GT3 Pro Split race winner, Sam Chapman. He's having a little giggle at that intro. Just love to embarrass him early in the morning, particularly when he's had a rough night out, so go easy on him, ladies and gentlemen. These are your conditions for the race today. Track length is 5 kilometers, nice long track, proper length for an endurance race. Temperature is a very cool 17 degrees, so tires are going to stay nice and cool for those opening stints, but expect that to change throughout the day. Only 7 kilometers an hour wind. That is absolutely nothing. If you're walking, you're barely going to feel that. So drivers don't need to worry about that. It is utterly perfect conditions, which means we're going to get some absolutely blistering lap times for an endurance race. Producing today, rather than Sam Chapman, who usually pulls double duties as producer and co-commentator, we've also been joined by Daniel Correa-Sar, who, because his team has pulled out due to them all being at the Adelaide 500, and I dare say there'll be a few teams at the Adelaide 500 today, he's decided rather than take the Saturday off and enjoy the broadcast from a lazy position on his couch, he's got off his arse, he's joined us in the morning, he's doing the production for us, and I dare say he'll be having a few wise words and comms as well. So good morning to both of you gentlemen. I'll throw you both a question. What are you looking forward to from this race? Daniel, as the newcomer, I'll let you go first.
Thanks, Liam. I'm not too sure what I'm looking for this race. I mean, I'm sure it's going to be a great race. It's the Nurburgring GP layout. It always produces great racing. It's great corners. The only thing that's a little disappointing is we've only got 4 cars in the GTP LMH class. But it is what, and they're all Cadillacs, of course. So at least it'll sound good. But yeah, I was kind of hoping that there'd be a couple more, but unfortunately there isn't. However, in the GT3, there's a whole variety of cars. Porsche are leading in terms of numbers, though. I think there are 6 in comparison to Ferrari 4, Mercedes 3, and BMW. I think there are 2 BMWs on the grid there. But yeah, should be a really good race.
Yeah, excellent. Thanks for pointing that out, Bat Liver. We will, I guess we'll see if we can get that fixed. It is, of course, it is a 4-hour race today, the shortest race that we offer in the Endurance Championship, because this is almost a warm-up for the main event, the final round of the championship. 6 hours of the Circuit de la Sarthe at 4 times speed. So I'll let you all make your mind up about what famous race that would represent, as we're not allowed to call it exactly that, thanks to certain rights in the gaming space. Sam, what are you looking forward to this morning?
I'm looking forward to a Liam Banks bingo card that includes a bit of chatter about the rights to certain circuit names. But no, in general, it's I don't know if there's anything in particular. I'd love to see where sort of the standings are at and that sort of thing for qualifying. But yeah, I think still quite a few GT3s out there, which should be good. And then how they dodge through with the GTPs is always interesting. We saw that be more difficult at Road Atlanta, especially with that as a section, but a few sort of tight aspects. We've got another sort of tighter and chicane sort of sections here too, but longer straights splitting them up too. So should be okay on that front. But as long as we've still got 4 to throw a cat amongst the pigeons for the GT3 drivers, I think it'll be quite good.
Yeah, I mean, last time we only had 3 LMDH cars, so we have gained 33% of the field. So that's a nice little increase. It might only be 1 car, but it's certainly an improvement. The good news is, last time, even with 3, they provided a fantastic battle all race long, really surprising us in the comms box, because we weren't expecting anything. We thought they would separate out early on and there wouldn't be much to go to commentate on as far as MDHs, but they were absolutely brilliant. Those 3 cars really evenly matched, and I'm hoping we'll see the same again today, and we'll see hopefully a similar effect to what we saw the 6 hours at Road Atlanta, where the the field would spread out in the LMDHs, and then they'd hit some back markers, they'd hit a pack of GT3 cars, struggle to get through, and all of a sudden, what was a 5-second gap could absolutely collapse in the space of a few corners. It is easier to overtake around here, but there are a few sections you're not going to want to catch a GT3 car if you are an LMDH, so that's something to watch for. And of course, there's a brilliant championship battle going on in the GT3s. There's a lot of championship positions yet to be decided. And we're a few minutes away from the race start, and we will bring you the qualifying results as soon as we can. They're just doing the warm-up at the moment, so this is just 5 minutes in between qualifying and the race, where they don't really need the warm-up, they've just done qualifying, but it is a time from race control to read the drivers the right act. Make sure they know that, particularly in the endurance race, you don't win the race on turn 1. It's all about survival, and letting them know just how this is going to run. So these are your qualifying results. Stonks Racing Incorporated takes outright pole, and of course pole of the LMDH class. We've then got iLife Motorsport in second, Cadillacs in third, and Sharp EI2 Solutions by Tech 1 in fourth place. In the GT3 split, Tractus Racing have taken pole. Tractus Racing, of course, they've got Matty Dench, runaway championship leader, and I'm pretty sure champion-elect of the GT3s in their car, so not a surprise to see them on pole. The question for them is, can they back Denchi up enough to take the win? Because that's got to be their goal here. The Mighty Cooks are in second place. Iridium Sim Sports 268 are in third. 0.8 of a second between Tractus Racing and the Mighty Cooks, were much closer for the rest of the field. Most of the field in that 15 seconds off the lead, which is all 143s for the GT3. So in fourth place, we've got Quantum Motorsports powered by the Golden something. In ninth place, Pacific Esports Racing 17. In 10th place, Pacific Esports Racing 35. Nice little battle there between teammates. Tractus Racing AM are in 11th. They were one of the stars of the last race, getting a podium. Iridium Spin Sports 826 are in 12th. Locked On Lads Racing 707 in 13th. Quantum Motorsports Golden Octopus in 14th. In with a chance at 15th. Pinnacle Esports Racing in 16th. Last Minute Racers, not last on the grid, in 17th. Team Therapy in 18th. Tractix Racing AM in 19th. That's 2 Tractix Racing AMs, so that's definitely not going to get confusing. And then Breadline Racing at the back of the field with no time. I do wonder if those teams 19th and 20th will be racing, or whether there has been some sort of mistake there. We'll have to wait until we see the grid to find out. Oh, good opening stanza. Looking forward to this one. Should be absolutely brilliant. Of course, they'll start the race behind the safety car, which will which does make the start a lot safer than normal. And of course, we've got the grid here for you again. So that's just going row by row for the GT3. So Matty Dennis, Magnus Rowney will start in the front two cars. Then Luke Swan and Alex Court, Damien Cross and Robbie Bradbury, Leif McClement, and Reese Tamanui. Dylan Bazzini and Philip Butler in 10th place. Pete Matson will start in with a chance with Greg Spencer alongside him in Pinnacle Esports Racing. Then we've got Michael Plonis for last minute races, Corey Hodges, Brock Kelly for Breadline. Breadline, one of the top cars in the championship, to watch for Brock Kelly to come through the field, assuming he does in fact race. And then Krista Halsoy, also a fast driver in Tractix Racing so that should be fun. We then got, this is saying the hypercars are behind.
And they are on track. Something has not been set up correctly because they are indeed behind the entire field. There you are on the camera.
I imagine race control are having a few words about how this is going to go. This could be interesting. Always good to see things not going quite right. So not only has that happened, we have lost Sam Chapman, who's just rejoined in the commentary box. Sam, just to catch you up, the hypercars are behind the GT3s on the grid.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
So, we're not sure what's happening here exactly to cause the LMDHs to be at the back, but clearly something's gone down within some sort of service setup or something around that.
So it looks like they've just let him through. They've let him through.
Yeah.
Hopefully
Joe
there's
just
no...
instructed them to let it through. I mean, that's the benefit of only having 4 as well to some extent. It made it a little bit easier. But I wonder if they'll have to clear any black flags or that sort of thing.
I'm sure they will.
The race control, but...
Yeah, race control, busy already. Cats amongst pigeons, anyone? Yeah, I think that's a pretty accurate way of describing it, such as the performance difference between cars. But thankfully, everyone's used their common sense. The LMDHs have broken away from GT3s, they've broken up the second car, and they have got this race underway. The 4 hours of the Nurburgring start right here. It is Stonks Racing Incorporated at the front of the pack right now. And here are the GT3s. They're about to lead the way. Matty Dench, used to being at the front of the field, takes his normal position, and he is already solidly going into the first corner. Look at that, but there's a move going on for the podium in the back around for third place on the racetrack. It looks like that move hasn't been completed. Diving down the inside. No, they're coming back down the inside of the next corner. That's Alex Court on the inside. Luke Swan on the outside. Luke Swan in that beautifully coloured blue and pink car. Alex Court in the front of him. Behind him is Damien Cross, and these 5 have already broken clear a little bit of the guys in 6. So this could be your lead group already starting to form. Although there has been a little bit of a mistake there. This is Reese Tamanui. He's looking to get down what will be the outside. That's not going to work. All right. So this is the technical portion of the racetrack. That corner, you're not going to get any overtakes on there. It's a really weird chicane. It's wider than most chicanes. It's really tricky. There's a lot of times we found lost there, but you're not going to make a move. This is when you may have overtaken opportunities down into the hairpin at the bottom of the hill. It is a downhill braking zone, but then it comes uphill out of the hairpin. So it's really important to get a good run out of there. So if you do make an overtake, you may face the punch going from this side, which is borderline flat. It's kind of, I found it was much more comfortable not going flat through there. I'm sure Matty Tension, the likes, and the very fastest will be flat through there, but it is sketchy. Watch for some drivers to go off going through that very, very fast chicane. This corner, really difficult. It's quite hard to read what the correct racing line is there. So you're going to see quite a differential in pace between the best and some of the worst drivers through that corner there. We've got this chicane. It's surprisingly quick. It's really, really tight, but you can carry a lot of speed. But to do so, you have to really unsettle the back end almost deliberately. And that can make it very, very difficult to get through there. We're going to see a few people trying to find speed there, making a mistake. And at this final corner, there's a couple different lines you can turn it nice and early, really deep corner, or you can turn it late, be it, and try to get more pace going down into the first corner. Lucy Jones taking very similar line and another very similar speed of it. Now we've got the first corner. It's a really sharp hairpin. You can brake a lot later than you think you can there. You're deep on the brakes, and in fact, you need to stay deep on the brakes to help you get the rotation. You'll see the cars struggling to do that. They're going to hit that curb on the outside. That's not really the fastest as far as I can tell. It's going to indicate cars that are struggling to get the rotation, perhaps struggling with the tyres a bit later on. And this is another tricky portion of the racetrack. That curb can unsettle the car, and then the curb on the outside can unsettle the car as well. So we're going to see a few spins there. Sam, you're probably our resident GT3 expert, although Daniel Cresa is also very, very handy behind the GT3. I'd say you're both a lot better than I am in these cars. Have you got any tips or tricks or any places you think our fans should be watching during this race?
I think I'm not super experienced around this track. I did it in GT4, well, for one lap before my internet dropped out, and I'm not sure if there's any place. That first section is really fiddly. Just trying to work out where you're supposed to brake, braking around corners, and then through that over that curve that you said could unsettle the car. That's quite a tricky little section. And I'll be interested to see what happens with GTPs patching GT3s through there. They're already firing up the road. As well, so the leaders of each class have really pulled away here, which is interesting. We'll see if that holds, but yeah, Stonks Racing in the GTPs is now 4 seconds up the road from my left. And Bench is another sort of 3.5 up the road as well. So both know those teams be fast, but we'll see if that holds. But yeah, if there's anywhere on the racetrack, this first corner has the overtaking potential, as we can see here. But it's not that long a straight before it, so you have to be pretty well set up beforehand. But yeah, this has set them up to go side by side through this section. And if you can hold it side by side through here, then I'll have the inside for this next little fiddly one, but it's a difficult one to hold, and he's managed it. So that was It's quite a good bit of side-by-side action through there. It's quite tricky to keep the rears together. Then down through here, it's probably not that much overtaking through this section. More sweeping corners. Depends how close you can get. And then if there's anything side-by-side through that sort of S section, that long sort of chicane, that will be interesting because that's a very, very fast sector of the track. It will take a lot of time out of both cars. But yeah, that's probably my insight of this. I wish I could give you better, Liam, but Nurburgring's not a track that I've done heaps and heaps of action.
It is. Daniel, do you have anything to add?
So let's see if I understood the question. So you're looking. You were asking just where, in terms of the GT3s, where the opportune areas are, or
yeah, where will be directing our viewers' eyes today? What's going to be the places of interest? Where they're going to be overtakes? Where they're going to be mistakes?
So for this layout, the big one's going to be turn 1. So our cars are just the GT3s are just coming up to the main straight now. So I'll try and point them out as they make a lap. It looks like one of the GT3s have just gone off track. Seems to be running okay though. Nothing too crazy. So if we jump on board, this is going to be one of the ones that you want to look out for. Turn 1, it goes downhill and you're going to be hard on the brakes. It's very, very easy to lock up. Now, the WEC layout of the track does not have you go immediately left. You can see usually you would go left there and do a tighter chicane. Instead, we go through what's called the Mercedes Arena. So it's a nice wide arc. This will allow you to just take the car a little more easy. So turn 1 is usually where you're going to see a lot of overtakes. Going to go dive deep on the inside and try and make that line. Through here can also be done. Some people mess up that line, take it a little bit too tight. So you can take advantage there as well. But turn 1's going to be the more opportune place for that. And then as we come down towards... I keep forgetting the turn numbers. I know the corner names, but I forget the turn numbers. So they go through Valvoline and Ford. Those are the two up there. And then we go down towards Dunlop. That's the big one that goes into like the mini stadium section. Another opportune place that you can go. The only problem is you have to be very, very committed as you dive into the inside because the camber works against you. So if you choose to dive into the inside, you're going to lose a lot of speed because you're going to have to hug that inside apex. People that go around the outside can actually maintain speed. So it's one of those 50-50 chances there. And then the rest of the track is fairly easy as we come through here and then down towards where the tighter chicane would be. Except in this layout they don't use that because we don't go onto the Nordschleife aspect. We just stay onto the track. So through here, you're basically going to slipstream. You can try and make a move onto the inside of the chicane. It is the wider one, so there's a little bit more forgiveness. But you wouldn't want to do that until much, much later. It's just way too risky, and if you come into contact, you ruin the entire race. So yeah, it's going to be turn 1 down, and then down into the stadium section, and everywhere else is pretty much going to be just a nice marching ants line.
Yeah, and although everywhere else is going to be pretty much follow the leader, very hard to make a move through there, what you can do is you can make a lot of time for a lot of these corners. So certainly something I found whilst practicing. I'm not a great GT3 driver, so definitely take any driving advice I give. Just feel free to disregard it if you do drive the GT3s. But I personally found that as I was running laps, I found a lot of time pretty much in every corner. You know, sometimes I felt like I was taking it pretty well, and then I would take a different line, just trying something out, and then all of a sudden I'd find half a second, and I was like, wait, what? So sometimes it's not really obvious. That's been a butler for Quantum Motorsports. Quantum Motorsports, he's gone for a spin coming out of the corner. Really easy to do. That inside curb would settles you. There's less grip there than there is at the couple of corners earlier. I'm not sure exactly why that is. It just feels like coming out of this corner, you really don't have much grip. Yeah, he's unsettled the car, tried to get on the power with too much right hand down, and it's just sent the car into a spin. So even though these cars, they do have traction control, they do have anti-lock braking systems to help the drivers, and those systems, trust me, they're going to be more in use in an endurance race than they would be in a sprint, for instance. They're not magic. If you make a mistake, they won't always save you. It does mean you can be a little bit more lead-footed when you're accelerating out of a corner. You can just whack on the brakes as hard as you want. Going into a corner, you don't have to try and worry about that, finding that way of blocking so much. But if you do something fundamentally wrong, you will still get earned, and that's what's happened there. it's really interesting as well because it's actually theoretically a bit faster to drive with those aids turned down or turned off, but you're increasing the chance of you having an accident. And in a 4-hour race like this, it's all about minimizing mistakes, even if you sacrifice a little bit of outright speed, particularly if you're not the fastest driver, not the fastest team. If you're a mid-pack team, you're probably going to find more time with that safety than you would really going for it, turning those off and opening yourself up to those mistakes. Interestingly, we were on lap 7 and the hypercars have already started putting a lap on the GT3 field, and you can see them getting stuck in the middle of the GT3 field. Getting through the pack is an absolutely crucial skill in an endurance race, particularly when you're in the faster class. And this is going to be one of the places where the race is won and lost in the MDH class. Important to note so far, Sam Sutton for Stonks Racing Incorporated, absolutely killing it. He's almost 11 seconds clear of the field. He's got through this pack very, very quickly. He's basically at the front of the pack now, unlike Chris Hen, Matt Schmidtke, who have struggled to get through. That is some well-earned time by Stonks Racing. They are really putting themselves in the driving seat for this race very early on. In the GT3 class, Matty Dench doing the same thing for Tactics Racing. They are 6.4 seconds ahead of Quantum Motorsports, which is a good effort for Quantum Motorsports. They're all qualified, Tactics Racing, qualified on pole, they're leading pole, 6.5 seconds ahead. And we know Matty Dench, we know he tends to do things very efficiently as well. It's going to be really interesting to see where they end up at the end of this race. If Quantum Motorsports are within touching distance at the end of the first stint, they're going to make a race of it. They cannot let Matty Dench do Matty Dench things and put 23 seconds on in the first stint. Though he's well on the way to doing that behind them. Iridium Sim Sports are really putting pressure on Quantum Motorsports. They're only half a second behind right now, so they're in my battle for the second place currently. And then you got the Mighty Cooks down 2 places from where they qualified in 4th place. Behind them, there's a really good battle between Pacifics, the 2 Pacifics Esports Racing entries and Tractors Racing. All 3 teams within the second. On screen right now, you've got Tractors Racing AM, so they are at the back of that pack there, that Ferrari, the blue and yellow car. At the back in front of them is the Porsche of the Porsche Pacifics Esports Racing 35, and ahead of them is the Porsche Pacifics Esports Racing 17. So that Scottish looking livery with the what's the name of that pack?
Plaid.
With the plaid pattern, that is Pacific Esports Racing 17, and then the more plain white Porsche is Pacific Esports Racing 35. What's going to be interesting to see is, even though it's a 4-hour race, in a 4-hour race you do have less scope for big differences in pit strategy. Obviously, the longer the race, the more pits you have, the more likely you can save a pit through fuel saving. But it will be interesting to see what level of fuel saving any of these cars are doing. I can't imagine any are going to be able to go a stop less than their competitors, unless it's already pretty close to being a stop less. But it will be interesting nonetheless, because you can save very, very little time. You can't do the overtake. If you can adjust your driving when you're behind someone, so behind them, start pitching in, start saving a bit of fuel, start doing your lift and coast, that can make all the difference compared to someone who's bottled up behind someone and burning fuel, unable to get past.
So, LMH leader just setting the fastest lap of the race, 1:39.5. Sam Sutton is absolutely rocketing away. Already a 15-second gap to Motorsport. So, geez, getting that lead in nice and early.
Yeah, and it's a really good sign for them. But by no means is that going to be a race over, because this is a race that's plenty of time for mistakes to happen, and you really want to build a little bit. It's not like a sprint race where you can kind of get 2 or 3 seconds ahead and you're pretty confident you can hold that, so you just you might decide to stay there and take a little bit less risk. In an endurance race, you will make a mistake at some point in this 4 hours. It's just going to happen. You want as much of a buffer so that you can hold on to that mistake. And, you know, they might just hit the GT3s at the wrong point. We said there's quite a large parts of this circuit where it is follow the leader, and that goes for even if you're in an MDH and you've got a massive car advantage over the GT3s in front. So all you need to do is catch those at the wrong point, and that lead can start to evaporate. So it's definitely worth keeping a watch on, but they will keep trying to build that, of course, throughout the rest of this stint.
So just keeping an eye here on the GT3 class. The gaps are starting to really increase. We can see a close battle here between the Pacific Esports entries. It looks like Iridium are also within 1 second of Quantum there for P2 in the class. And the Mighty Cucks, who also dropped back significantly from the start of the race. They're also starting to gain back some ground, actually within a fight here almost. We switch over to them now. That's Magnus Rowney in the car for that team, chasing down Luke Swan in the BMW. And again, this is one of those sections where you can draft very well, but you'd have to be very, very brave to try and overtake on the inside of the chicane. It's way too much of a chance of things going wrong. So you're better off trying to tuck behind and get a better exit, and then possibly as you come around this final curve, if you're tucked up enough, you'll get a much better drag down the straight, and then you can try and overtake on the inside, deeper on the brakes into turn 1. Unfortunately, it looks like Magnus Rowney's a little too far back for that, so he will have to just stay behind and follow again for the rest of the lap.
I agree. That's definitely the smart move. You'd only make a move into the chicane if you're already sort of 3/4 of a car length ahead. If you're anywhere near equal side by side, you would pull out because it's far too dangerous. You'll either make contact or you'll muck it up over the curves. It's far too difficult, and that first corner is such a better overtaking opportunity, so much safer. And it's I'm interested to know if you found the same. I find it's not too punishing if you do go a bit deep, so you really can attack the brakes in there, because even if you go a bit deep, you don't quite hit the apex, you don't lose that much time. Did you find the same?
Sorry, just repeat the question again.
Turn 1, whenever you've driven it, I found that if you go a bit deep, you don't lose too much time. It's quite forgiving in terms of going deep, whereas some corners, you go deep and you lose just acres and acres, fistfuls of time. I found with that corner, it's not too punishing.
No, that's true. There is a reason for that, which I will try and explain with an onboard. However, none of the GT3s are there, so I might do it with one of the LMHs. But the reason for that is because of the camber of the turn. So I can see that car 32 is just making their way there. So let's keep an eye on it. So if we jump on board, just notice the way that the road goes down. So it cambers in. And so if you dive deep, the elevation of the road on the left side helps slow you down, which is why it's a little more forgiving if you go deep. The problem is that can bait you. And if you do that, if you go in there without really paying attention, what'll happen, the car on the outside has to turn eventually, and they can't go very wide on the outside. Otherwise, it flattens out. The camber flattens out, and it's bad for them. They can't maintain the speed. So if you go way too deep, what'll happen is because of the way that camber's set, it offsets the left and right tires, and because of that offset, you can actually just go straight off. Like you won't have the proper grip for the corner. And so if you go too hot and you try to keep your brake pressure, you'll lock up because one of the tires has more load than the other. So although it is more forgiving if you can maintain the speed on the inside, because it will slow you up more, if you go too fast onto the inside and you don't keep inside that camber, you'll lock up, you'll go straight off, and chances are you're going to take out the guy on the outside with you. If you're going side by side, because most of the time if you're diving in, that's why. You'll just shoot straight off. It's a weird corner, but with a very unique characteristic there.
Yeah, it's a really interesting corner, and you can really feel it when you're in the car. It really does dip as you hit the apex. If you just have a watch there, you can see that camber that Daniel's talking about and explained very, very well there. Thank you very much for that, Dan. You can also notice there is a dip just as you get past the apex, and it just makes for a really interesting corner. It's one that does allow quite a few lines, and the very best corners in motorsport, they do allow for slightly differing lines. They allow for cars to go side by side for that battle to continue, and that's where the genius of that first sector really is. We saw it in the first couple of laps. Cars going side by side from multiple corners, it's left, right, and even when it's that double left, it's wide enough. There's enough of the lines that the car on the outside can hold on to that right-hand corner, and that's the first place really where the car on the inside wins the battle. So you need to get your move done before you get to that right-hander if you're going to be on the outside of the right-hander, or if you can hold on to the inside, that's it. You're going to defend the position because there's no way around the outside of that corner. But everywhere from turn 1 through to turn 5, I want to say, You can go side by side. It's absolutely brilliant for racing, and I hope we're going to get a few more battles like that before the end of this one. And it's turn 4, my apologies.
Jeez, Magnus Rowney almost going into the back of the BMW there, just braking a little too late. And again, it's just a slight visual explanation of what I was talking about. It's because of the difference in the camber of the road, it can lead you to just skid straight forward. So if you think that you've got a hotter entry than the car ahead of you, you really do need to pay attention to that, because it will work against you if you're not paying enough attention. Luckily, he doesn't go into the back of him and they race on. He does lose a bit of time, but I'm sure he'll be able to gain that over the course of that. The Porsche does seem quite fast here. But we'll see. At the moment, the leading car is a Porsche. Yes, of course, driven by Matthew Dench there, Tractix Racing.
Not the car he drives in the GT3 Championship. Just to point out, in the GT3 Championship, he is currently driving the Iran, I want to say.
Yes,
the
296, yeah.
I've only commentated all the races. I should probably be more confident in that. But no, it is the Ferrari, and of course we got the finale for that tomorrow night. It's coming to you live from Phillip Island. Phillip Island, one of the greatest tracks in motorsport. Certainly one of the greatest tracks in Australia. John is going to get some fantastic racing. We've got the supercars followed by the GT. Have I got that mistaken with the Formula V and the Porsche Cup?
No, it is. It's Phillip Island.
It is.
Yep.
Phillip Island.
Yeah,
Excellent.
the Porsche Cup usually always finishes at Phillip Island because it's always a really good event, and the Formula V is around Phillip Island are also a riot. So.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. Definitely hope it goes better than last round for me. It was not good. It was, however, very good for Matty Dench, who just continues to dominate everything he's racing. However, he's not the fastest man on track right now. Not in the GT3 class. Fastest man on track in the GT3 class is Brock Kelly from Breadline Racing. They started at the back of the field. They're already up to 12th, so they're up 7 positions in 14 laps. So they're making an overtake every 2 laps. Their last lap was a 153.9. Everybody else, Matty Dench is the only one anywhere even in the same postcode as Brock Kelly at the moment. Matty Dench did a 54.2, of course we don't know fuel saving levels, etc, etc. So they're running a similar-ish pace. After that, Luke Swan and Magnus Rowney for Iridium Sim Sports 268 and the Mighty Cooks high 154s. Everybody else in the 55s, 56s, some cars even in the 57s, 58s. Last minute races at the back of the GT3 field. They did a 157 on the last lap, although I will give a shout out to Michael Plonis. I'm racing with them today. He's been struggling a little bit for pace, so I know a 157 dead is actually a pretty good pace for him. So he's definitely finding some speed out there, which is really, really nice to see. Improving from the times he was messing with. So I'm hoping he can get into the 156s for the end of this. Nice guy in learning his trade. Team Therapy definitely has to go lap at 158. I don't think that's their genuine pace, but yeah, most cars running 55s or 56s, and then you've got Brock Kelly running a 53, 53.9. So keep an eye out for him next up on his list of names to overtake. Is Leif McClelland for Tractis Racing AM, and then in quick succession you got Robbie Bradbury and Damon Cross in the 2 Pacific Esports Racing cars. So that'll be a battle to watch. That's developing over the next few laps.
The Leith from Tractix Racing AM doing a really good job actually sticking to the back of that Pacific 35 entry. And as you were just saying with Brock Kelly, you can see him just at the back there. That's that red 296 with the default livery. And
yeah,
we're
we're
just
just
closing the gap.
Let's see if we can cut across to the battle for second. They've just gone side by side. Quantum Motorsports powered and Iridium Sim Sports. Excellent work there. So they must have been side by side, I'd imagine, into the first corner. And so far, Quantum Motorsports keeping hold of second place, but Luke Swan from Iridium Sim Sports has been right behind them for laps now, and in fact, the Mighty Cooks have joined this battle. So this is a three-way battle for second place, and these 2 cars are really going to want to get past Quantum Motorsports because he's shown that he doesn't quite have the pace of Matty Dench out front. So if either of these cars thinks they have a bit more pace, they need to make that move. They just have to. So this is interesting. So
so he went deep for the and that's what's allowed him to fight, and then he's taking it back on the inside. So, yeah, that's an interesting one. There, I didn't realize that, and that's the obstacle here with multi-class racing is sometimes you get caught out by the other class. and that leads to opportunities in your own.
Yeah, absolutely, and it takes a good racing mind to be aware and to take advantage of that, like Luke Swan almost did there. When an opportunity presents itself, you've got to take it. It's too easy to just watch the car ahead and end up following them. So good racing brain there. And I think we've been joined back by Sam Chapman. Sam, we've got you back.
Yes, Joe. It's just going down and doing a bit of admin with Joe. Work out what's going on. We have a mystery safety car that's connecting and disconnecting from the service, so I'm not sure what that's about. But yeah, all in all, it's looking pretty good. He was just saying, watching how they rejoin in endurance races is just it's very nice to see. It's I think in those sprint races during the week, people can get a bit more impatient. But endurance races, and you cop a drive to, and potentially some damage that's going to ruin the rest of your day. You end up being a lot more careful.
Yeah, it's amazing how your mindset changes when you've got other people in the team to let down, and it's not just yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you crash, you get grumpy at yourself, but if you let everyone else down and they have to drive a broken car or retire, it's not a great feeling. I think we've both been there before, Liam, so...
In each other before.
That's true. We did all right as a team, though, actually. I think... Did we crash? I don't know. We didn't. No, we got it correctly. Shockingly enough.
There. So this is the battle that we telegraphed a couple of laps ago. Brock Kelly, he was 2.5 seconds away telegraphed. I'm sure you remember it because it wasn't very long ago at all. He's already caught up to the back of Tractors Racing AM. So Brock Kelly is in this red and black car. You've got Tractors Racing AM just ahead of them. Then you got Pacific Sports Racing 35 and 17. That's a less safe rejoin, but it kind of wasn't a rejoin. He kind of barely went off the track. Managed to recover it. I'm not sure who that was. It would have to be Matt Smitsky, I think.
Yeah, that's the Cattle Lads guys.
With the Kelly lads and Brock Kelly giving him a little bit of a flash just to let him know it wasn't too impressed with that. I bet his heart rate has jumped a few notches, and well, he might need a change of underwear after that one. Let's be honest. Just bearing in mind that Brock Kelly trying to get on the inside. This will be moved on into the chicane, into the hairpin. Surely he's got a better run on the final corner. And yes,
he's just going to give it to him too.
Yeah, that's what you see in an endurance race. You would not see that in a sprint race. Absolutely no way, unless you were absolutely sure. There's no way you can battle them. But in endurance races, you're not going to keep them behind for 3 hours and 30 minutes. There's no point going side by side and losing time. Perhaps, getting your back end a little bit out, heating your rear tires more than you need to. Just let them go. Try and follow him through, and that'll be the smart thing for him to do now, is try and stick with Brock Kelly as much as possible. See if you can follow him through on the Pacific Esports Racing cars. So just bearing in mind that I might interrupt you to call this battle. We have been joined in the comms box by Joe Baldwin. Joe, good morning. It's a pleasure to have you with us. What brings you to the booth?
Yes, thought I'd come in and see how things are going from your perspective. It's pretty boring over here in the race control booth. We had a couple of little technical issues there at the start, which thankfully we got sorted quickly to get the LMDH guys up the front and clear blacks. That's a small little tick box in the setting up the server. But yeah, from here it's all pretty plain sailing. The guys have been good so far. Haven't had much to do.
Yeah, as we say that, Pete Matson's just lost the position to Dylan Bazzini, so that's able to chance fall behind locked on lads racing 707. And the Mighty Cooks have just got past Iridium Sim Sports for...
one of the cars is out. Who is that? It's Robbie Bradbury.
That must be Robbie Bradbury. Robbie Bradbury, Pacific Esports Racing 35. So this is one of those cars in that battle that we were talking about.
The rear gone. Yeah, rear's tech gone on him.
Just tried to carry a little bit too much speed, perhaps a little bit too much brake through the corner.
Oh god, I can hear an LMH. You joined quickly. I heard that V8 growl and I just went, uh-oh. But,
One thing as an RC, I've got to say, guys, I'm really impressed with is the respect that the guys have got within the endurance circles on their rejoins and giving racing room and stuff like that. Even in the practice, there was a couple of guys that ran off the edge of the track, and instead of just driving on, they all back up and drive on sort of straight against the line. It's been great. So it's a different mindset to sprint racing. The guys seem to have adopted the mindset of endurance racing really well. So we've had nothing to call since the start of the race. It's been great.
I'd actually like to pick you up on that point. I think, Joe, have you done endurance racing as well?
Nope. I've got the attention span of a squirrel, so this isn't my thing as a driver. Oh, we've got Matt Schmicky up over the curb and around. He'll hold his brakes. Great work, Matt. Oh, it's all going on, but no, I don't have the patience for the endurance racing stuff. I've had one of my teammates, obviously the coordinator for the endurance, Josh Wiener, he's asked me a couple of times if I want to get involved, and look, I'm happy to sit and do the RC side and race director roles and stuff within the endurance championships, but to actually drive it, I think I'd have an aneurysm halfway through the race.
It is wonderful to have someone that's willing to not drive and do the race control and the race director. So I'm sure everybody involved in the endurance championship would like to thank you for performing those duties. But it does lead me to a question I want to ask to Sam and Daniel. You made a really good point of there being a mindset for endurance racing. Do you two find that you do take a very different mindset when you're behind the wheel during an endurance race than you do for a sprint? Because I find, for me, I'm a lot calmer in an endurance race, and it really suits me compared to sprint racing. Sprint racing, I get so hecked up and so much more adrenaline and impatience that it slows me down. I really struggle to drive with that. I can trace a lot of my troubles behind the wheel when I have a really bad race to that mentality. Whereas endurance racing, it really chills me out. Do you two find something similar? Do you have a different mindset for endurance racing compared to when you're doing the sprints?
I think so. Like, I think you do. Because you've got someone in your ear, usually, it's almost sort of race engineering you as well. That obviously creates a bit of a different feeling to it. I think I used to get
down the inside.
Oh.
Brock just got down the inside of Pacific Esports Racing. Brilliant move. Set it up in the left-hander, got down the inside of the right-hander, and he's just going to have to hold it into this hairpin now. It is brave to go down the inside here. And in fact, yeah, he's broken a little bit earlier than Brock Kelly there. So Brock Kelly moved on. He's passed that pack. He's now got 3 seconds to Iridium Sim Sports, and then he will be in the battle for the podium positions. Back to you, Sam.
No, that's all right. It's a great move. That's a cheeky little nose in there. That's excellent. But yeah, I think I'm less nervous about the sprint races now than probably used to. But I can see where you're coming from. You're getting shaky sort of front. I don't really. Depends on the track with endurance. So like when I was trying it with Road Atlanta, I was a bit more nervous because I knew I had the capacity to break the car through the S's, which I did. So, but I think maybe around here or certain other tracks, I'll be much more comfortable because you don't want to throw that car away for your teammates as well.
No, you really don't. And same question to you, Daniel. I know you've done all the endurance races so far this season.
Yeah, so there is, for me personally, there is definitely a different mindset. I can sympathise with Joe, where, sometimes you do get bored, I suppose. But for me, the way that I do it is, if I'm driving in, say, a sprint format, where you're talking about 15, 25 laps, the problem is you really don't have that much time to make back mistakes, as it were. So it rewards faster driving more so than cleaner driving. But when you're dealing with an endurance, cleaner driving is the better option. Not that going fast doesn't help, but the pit strategy becomes way more important. And the more time you can save on track and less time in the pits, then you're going to be better off at the front, at the later half of the race. So what I tend to do is, my mindset with an endurance race is, depending on the track, but I will practice in the weeks leading up to that event, and I will have a time in mind that I want to hit. And then my focus during the endurance race is just like, I brake here, I put on throttle here, I brake here, I go on throttle here. And I just try and maintain that safe lap time. And if I can go faster, I'll go faster. But I'm trying not to risk anything because it's not worth it. Sam said it. You don't want to bin the car for your teammates. There's nothing worse, nothing worse than binning a car knowing that a teammate has to take over after you because you feel like just the worst. If I'm only driving the car and I bin the car, I feel bad, but I've ruined it for me. But yeah, if you crash and you crash your teammate's car, it is the absolute worst feeling because you're not only disappointing yourself, but you're letting down your teammates, and it's just the worst. So I want to avoid that at all costs. So if I sacrifice a little bit of speed in order to make sure that the car looks the exact same as it did at the start of the race, then that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I find it's much more. I get much more into a mode of it's me versus the track, and I ignore what the other drivers are doing because it's so long that you can almost just not pay attention to them. Whereas when it's sprint racing, it's very much more you versus the other drivers. Like if you haven't sort of mastered the track enough by then, you got no chance. But with the endurance race, I tend to find I'm much better able to ignore everybody else. If people are behind me, I can sort of let them through without feeling too much pressure. If I'm chasing someone, I'm not as worried about it. It's like, well, if I get past, I get past. Whereas in a sprint, I find I get so much more worried about what all the other cars are doing. At least a very different mindset when I am surrounded by other vehicles. Do you find a similar thing?
Yeah. No, I can understand what you're saying. I actually adopt the yourself versus the track mentality in both situations. So if I know that I'm not very strong in a field, for example, me in the pro field this year, or this season I should say, I absolutely have no pace compared to the guys at the front. So what I know is I tend to use it as almost like a practice session where I'm going, okay, this is the lap time that you can do. So over the course of this race, if there's a fight available to you, fight it, right? Obviously, you're not going to give it away. But my main focus is, all right, let's try and nail down this track and just get better at it. Because then you're obviously going to carry those lessons on into the next time you visit that track. In terms of an endurance race, I do the same thing, but it's not so. I do it in the sense that what's a good way that I can put this? In an endurance race, your tire wear matters more. So if you're in a sprint race, technically, generally you don't have to switch your tires. You just go straight to finish, right? But in an endurance race, as you get to the end of your stint, because you're doing full stints, you have to be mindful of that. And so what a lot of people do is they practice these lap times, they practice these quali times, and they go, well, I know I can brake here, I know I can accelerate here, I know I can do this. And in a sprint format, that's fine. But in an endurance race, you're not going to be able to do that every lap. And people get caught out because of it. They think they can brake at the same moment 30 laps in, and the car doesn't do what they want them to do, and they go off and they crash. And so it's one of those things where in an endurance format, my brain is, I'm mastering the track, but I'm also being aware, like, your tire wear is going to be lower. So you need to start braking earlier, and you need to start being more gentle on the throttle when you're coming out of exits. And especially if you're following another car. So it's like, well, now I've got lower downforce and my tires are shot and the brake temperature's higher. So that's where I see it. My enjoyment in terms of endurance racing is all of the other variables and mastering the car as well as mastering the track. Whereas with a sprint, for better or worse, you can pretty much just go flat out to the end. And there isn't really that much of a cost.
It's a very different style of racing. That's a really good point you raised there. In endurance racing, it's about finding a way you need to leave that 10th or 2 on the table just so that you're comfortable and you know that even when the tyres go, you're not going to have to... Either you adjust with the tyres if you're one of the better drivers, and if you're a new driver, less experienced, is finding out where you just need to leave that 10th or 2 just the whole race so that you're safe when the tyres start to go and that you don't stress the tyres too much during the race. You're definitely absolutely right there. I've been caught out by that a few times. It's probably been the biggest thing I've had to learn since I started doing endurance racing was to leave that margin and know when to start leaving that margin because, on multiple occasions I was the one doing the crashing for my team as I just didn't adjust for the tyres going off. I knew they would happen. I sort of knew it was coming, but I just didn't have the racing brain to actually decide right now was the time to actually start leaving that margin, and I'd leave it too late. I'm just going to leave it to Sam to see if he's got anything to add to that, and I'm going to leave you to just leave the broadcast for a few minutes, Sam, while I'll be right back.
No problem, Liam. Not too much to add on that particular topic. I guess I agree all the way through around the difference between sprint racing and endurance and how we look after tyres and all that sort of thing. And you know, the more gentle approach that you would generally take. I guess looking back at the race ahead, now I'm in a bit of awe. So Sam Sutton in that first place GTP car is absolutely flying. Just did his fastest lap, 9.27. The next best was a 41.05, which Chris came behind. So he's pulled out a monumental lead in that class, and it's just punching really quick lap times. I'd expect
31 second gap already at the line of the last lap. That's he's doing almost a second a minute average, just shy of a second a minute.
Like it's very impressive.
Oh, what a move!
Oh, Brock Kelly. Oh,
God,
he's one guy. Like, I don't think a lot of people. I know Brock Kelly a little bit outside of sim racing, and they don't realise how much of a demon this guy really is. He's like definitely talented, especially in a GT3 car. Like he's brave, he's calculated at the same time, and that's probably a dangerous combination for the guys around him. You know, he's calculated, brave, and dangerous when in a good kind of way. He's not dangerous in a bad, like he'll pounce as soon as you're not looking. You know, he's like he's a real predator behind the wheel. He's great at what he does.
Do you want to know why? Do you want to know how you know that's a great move? So I'll just show that again. So just keep an eye. Just keep an eye here, right? So obviously, Luke may have been put off by the LMH there. So watch this. He goes through there.
He had
comes out of the corner and
before he was even going.
Just take a look, and there you go. See, that's recognition there. Obviously, the flashing lights mean good job.
Well, either that or he was trying to tell me he was number one, right?
I'm going for first. I love that. Oh, God. Oh, Murray
yeah,
Walker.
so, but I mean, look, that move there by Brock, there's nothing to counter that. That was...
Oh, the GT3's gone into the back of the GT... Oh, no.
Oh, I'll be back, guys. I'll be back.
Yep. See.
Oh. So what
sort of looks like he turned in on the GT3 a little bit there. Hadn't quite cleared it.
Oh yeah, no, I think.
No, that's a difficult one. He probably, I mean, that GT3 probably should have, I guess, yielded that spot, but also had a car very close behind them, so was trying not to get caught up from that perspective. I'll be interested to see how Joe's able to rule on that, because it's that's a difficult one.
Yeah, I think the car 826 Iridium Sim Sports, I think he assumed that the GTP would be much faster going to the corner, so he would be able to extend out the line for the next turn, and that just wasn't the case. I'm not sure why that wasn't the case, but yeah, that's cost him a little. So Reese is now chasing down Justin Witcher in the Pinnacle Esports entry. And Pete Matson doing a good job right at the back there too. Oh, hit! So he breaks so early, Pete Matson. I thought he might go into the inside. He chose not to, just kept the line. So they're still racing here. Reese is looking at I think he's a little frustrated, and the driving is starting to show that. So hopefully he just cools down a little bit. There's still plenty of race to go. We're not even at the hour mark yet. But I can understand, of course. I've been in situations like that where sometimes, just one little mistake, and then that Zen driving style that you get just goes right out the window. Yeah. So hopefully he can bring that back. As Brock Kelly again, look at this, chasing down the Mighty Cucks. Will he go into the inside of the chicane? It's not the smartest move. I don't think he will. What he'll do is, I reckon he might do the same thing he did the previous lap. No, he's actually too far back for that. So instead he'll try and stick with it, and we'll probably see a move into the inside.
Back. I'll be interested to see if he can make that. It's probably a little bit too far back at this point still.
That is actually very far back, yeah.
And last time that move was sort of helped by a GTP sort of stocking up the car ahead and then pulling him back. So he was very close behind coming into that. There's actually, you've got to be pretty close to overtake around this track, but it is easy to get close in many spots because the straights aren't that long, but there's a few of them. But I'll imagine he'll bounce it. He's raced a lot within this endurance series over the last year or so that we've been doing it, and he's consistently right up the front row goes. So I think he had the Porsche last
There we go.
He's pretty dominant in that. But look at these guys. So Reese trying to make that move on the Merc there, but won't be able to do it.
So that's an interesting
the outside
move.
line in here, so he has a good exit, but then he's still on the outside and won't be able to hold it around there.
Yeah, that was a good move from the Mercedes there. Shot over to the inside to block off the attack, knowing that he could use, because he's in front, he can judge, he controls the braking zone there, and so he can utilize that camber going on the inside to rock it out and prevent the overtake from the outside. So that was really good from car 89.
Well, Brock Healthy's right on the back here as well. He's just overtaken.
There has the move done.
Oh, into the chicane. That's brave.
Yeah, he actually had the move finished before the chicane, but yes, Brock is quite fast. Having a look at that time, so of course he is still the fastest in the GT3 category, 153.9. But he is just punching his way through the field, +8 now at the moment for that Ferrari.
And that's actually the +12 because that includes the
right
GTP cars up ahead. So that he was right at the back of this field. For whatever reason, I don't know, maybe they just didn't qualify or
they have done that before. They've done a last to first challenge before, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's a deliberate decision.
Have they done a last to first challenge with Matthew Dench in pole position? Or?
Yeah, it's called. If it pays off. I would love to see Brock Kelly in the Monday Night GT3 Championship. He doesn't race in that, but the pace he's showing in the Endurance Championship really does show that he would be someone that would be able to take the fight to Matty Dench. It's and again, it's a shame that sometimes I don't think they've done it every race, but certainly on some races they have not qualified and then they've had to work their way up, and it's meant that what could have been a really good battle for the win was over by now, because it's already 28 seconds between him and Dench, and as fast as Mark Kelly is, I don't think he's going to make the 20. Although saying that, we don't know the pace of their teammates. If he's got a really strong teammate and Tractors Racing aren't quite as strong, these gaps are going to change. As soon as they make the first stop, a lot of the drivers are going to get out of the car. We're going to get new drivers in the car, and then you can throw out the form book because we don't know how fast the other drivers are. Like, generally in a team, the drivers end up similar-ish pace because they work together and they do each other lines, etc., depending on the amount of prep they're doing. But there will be teams that have a large discrepancy in pace, so look for this order to change after the first stop. And then we go to our first missive for race control of the night. Reese Tumanui through for contact with Dale Jeffrey.
Yep, so that ended up being ruled on that GT3 car there for not yielding that position to the overtaking GTP car. Reese was already probably driving a little frustrated, so I would imagine that will add to a level of frustration and will actually take away that really close battle that they were having as well, unfortunately, between him, Pete Matson, and the two Mercedes actually, Justin Witcher. So these two are still fighting. I'll be interested to see if Reese just gives him the place given he's got the drive through, but he doesn't look like he's in the mood to do that at the moment, and nor does he need to be, but it's just, there you go, pit lane to serve that drive through. I'd imagine we'll see the GTP cars starting to come through pit lane very soon as well, with the GT3 cars closer to that hour mark.
Yeah, Absolutely, I think you're absolutely right on that. And just to catch up on the LMDH is massive lead for Sam Sutton, 40 seconds according to my timing screen. So that is a huge lead, and then it's another 40 seconds back to Cadillacs. So and then 25 seconds back to Sharp Solution. So huge difference in pace between the four LMDH cars today. Got lucky last round there was some pace. Not so this time. I have to see what their co-drivers are able to do. But for now, it's a very, very clear order in the LMDH category. And unless there's a huge mistake, I don't think we're going to see any changes for position there for quite a while.
It doesn't that way unless we get a safety car, but it's not really the sort of truck I would expect to see a massive accident that blocks the track. But we never know. It could happen. These two having a good little battle with you two. Not close enough this time around, but yeah, so go ahead, Len.
We don't need a track blockage, do we? We just need someone to request a tow, and then they can decide to throw out the safety car.
That's right. That is supposed to be the rule, and that was actually a point of contention in the last Enduro, which was unfortunately due to some personnel. Oh, I thought Damien was spinning there. Sorry, just the angle of the car. I was like, whoa. But yeah, due to some personnel changeover in the last Enduro, that got missed. So there was a car off to the side that requested to tow. Nobody answered for a while. There was no safety car called, and then eventually they were given permission to tow, and it was all thrown over there because all the teams were confused, expecting there to be a safety car. So I spoke with Josh and Trucker, and to my understanding, if there is a request to tow made because a car must tow, then a safety car must be called.
My understanding of the rules was that race control had the option to call a safety car at that point. But I'll have to have a look through Josh's revised rules and have a look through that.
They are not allowed to tow without a safety car being thrown.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Right,
so the format now, if somebody needs a tow, like if they have an accident, rip the corner off and can't drive, we've got one off to the left there, Michael Planus has just made the wall.
Let's have a look at this. Michael Planus from the last minute race.
Comes through, a little bit of thunderfoot on the curb, a bit too much curb.
Oh, that's rough.
Quite significant impact there against the wall.
Able to keep it going though.
Strength of the bimmer shines through.
Yes.
He's just turned it into a Mercedes. Look, it's got the point and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now if they need to, if they need a tow, they have to request a tow. At which point the field will be put under safety flag, safety car conditions, and they cannot tow until the safety car and field has passed their position on track, at which point they will be free to tow. Then the normal safety car procedure will run through for pitting and whatnot to get the racing back underway.
That lead car is just pitted as well, along with the Cadillacs have just gone in too. So Chris Hen in the ILEC Motorsport car will lead the race for at least this lap. So I'd imagine he'll be pitting afterwards. Wilkin Cup has just dropped in that Stonks racing car, who's being another pretty capable driver across this series. So we'll see what sort of pace he's got, but I think it'll take a big pace differential to try and build back those gaps within the GTP category, given how far apart they are at this point. Still a good few battles in the GT3s though, for 8th position, 11th, 10th position and 14th position, although it has gapped out a little bit at the front. Brock Kelly only 2.7 seconds off the back of Alex Court in Mercedes, second place Mercedes, Honda Motorsports. vehicle, but and making up time on him by the looks. But yeah, Deadchi a long way ahead. It's once again, I think for that 5 lead, and probably take a safety car to build that back in. Big pace differential between second drivers.
Yeah, I just want to get onto that. So we talked about, could it cause back up the pace differential between the second drivers? We know Brock Kelly and Matty Dench have been running a similar pace, so let's call that even. Let's call that gap what it is now. Let's say it takes a couple of seconds, loses a couple of seconds trying to get past Alex Court. Let's call that 30 seconds at the end of this stint, right? Your stints are about 30 laps. So let's assume co-driver, does a single stint. It's going to be at least 30 laps. So you're looking at 3/4 of a second to a second lap to catch that back up. We can see that pace differential in the GT3s between the fastest guys and even the mid drivers. There's a huge pace differential between those drivers that are able to do high 53s and are consistently doing 54s. Most drivers are in consistent 55s or even the 56s. So it's not out of the realms of possibility that we will see a pace gap like that between the second driver for Redline Racing and the second driver for Tractics, which I think is the battle for the lead. I don't think Quantum, unless they've got a really fast driver coming in, and Alex Court wasn't their sort of first driver, if we call him that. I don't think they'll be able to keep up. But I think Redline Tractics is all going to depend on the second racer. I can see a scenario where there is a big enough pace differential to make that a live battle. It's unlikely, but we could see it happen. So I'm not ready to rule it out quite yet. So I think what you said there about, it's going to come down to what the second drivers can do. I think that's really, really accurate. And there's a lot of very close battles throughout this field where it's going to come down to that. The Mighty Cooks versus Iridium Sim Sports, they've barely been separated by more than a second all race. You've got Tractors Racing AM trying to come back through. You've got Iridium Sim Sports 826 with Reese Tamanui, who, sorry, not Iridium, Pacific Esports Racing 35 trying to make their way back after they made that mistake we saw earlier. So there's a few cars that are really in big battles and live battles, and there's plenty of time with the 3 hours remaining for those to really start to kick, particularly once we return after our break in the middle of the race for the final hour or so of the race. I think we're going to be in a really good state once we get there. It could be very, very interesting indeed.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump in real quick. I'm not sure why, but Stonks Racing came into pit, switched drivers, and Lachlan came in the very next lap, and so that gap has diminished. So Ilek are now only 5 seconds behind.
Because that last pit time was 16 seconds, and the rest of them did 50 seconds. So something's they've not ticked something, I reckon.
Yeah.
Right? They've not ticked their probably fuel. I'm not sure. No, actually, it could be tires because I can't imagine these things are particularly kind to their tires. Ooh.
Yeah, there's a wiggle there.
A wiggle through there. She's suddenly looking shakier up for the lead in the GTP class. That's not something we saw coming too quickly. Still got 5 seconds gap to Funzo behind in the Alec car, but Apple not looking quite as comfortable as his opening skid teammate just at this point.
Could it also be crossing the white line on pit exit? What's the penalty for that?
We can check that.
Drive through.
We can check that. I don't think that's what's going to be the case, though.
No.
Why did he... What was the... Oh, wait. Pit speed. Do you think that's it? So have a look again.
Because he's...
Look, he smashed the brake. But he smashed the brake coming out. Why would you do that?
Is that the first exit? Or
Yeah, that's the first exit. So hold on. If I...
So let's have a look at what he did in the second one. Because he still had a pit time, which makes me think that he actually didn't complete something.
Yeah, he didn't have his pit limiter on. So he didn't have his pit limiter on, and he's hit the brake. So I wonder if he's had to come in for a stop and hold.
Maybe.
Is that something you can see, race control?
No, it's not. No, well, Josh and them probably can. They've got a program that they run, but I haven't got that. I'm a little bit too old school, and there's too many buttons. So I just use the iRacing UI and do it through that. So that's one of the things I can't see.
No, that's fair enough. Yeah, my suspicion is that he came out because obviously there's a driver swap, right? so it doesn't save the control. So if you have the pit limiter on and then you swap out with another driver, it defaults to off.
You've got to reset it.
So I think that's what's happened. He's come out and then gone, oh no, I don't have my pit limiter, gone over, and then maybe he's had to come in and serve.
No, what my wheel as well, it's got the rotary ones, and it decides that every time I hop into the car again, I don't need ABS or traction control, which you then find out as soon as you lock up into, you know, whichever corner on that first lap and go, oh!
Yeah, so that's Pacific,
Background there.
Yep, that's Pacific 17. So 17's going into the pits there. So that'll be the first of the GT3s to properly pit. You can see a lap 1 entry there for Breadline, but that was because of a different issue.
Yeah. So they'll be aiming for those hour splits then to get them to the end, which will be definitely the main strategy unless there is a safety car thrown into the mix. But at this point, there has not been any crashes that have been that serious. That one with the Bimmer did look a bit close. He didn't seem to come into that pretty hot. Got away with that in the end. In that GTP category, though, Lachlan Cuff was down his feet now, out to a 9-second gap from about 5 seconds a couple of laps ago. So. Still able to hold pace in that car, doing a 39.8 last lap compared to a 41.6 in the car behind. Pete Madsen having a good run actually tonight, having a bit of a battle with these guys ahead, and when that Porsche was thrown in as well before Reece got that penalty. Reece is actually back into pit lane again now, this time for his scheduled stop, I would imagine, and not seeing drive a chance at this point. I'd say Pete Madsen is just holding out until he goes into pits, probably this lap, to try and make a move on this car ahead and say we're behind now, and seems to be picking up pace, so not too much point fighting it too hard, but this and battle for 8th place on the track are the two closest battles. But these guys have very much come together, and there's supposed to be a lap car involved as well. Yeah, so it's the lap part of Michael Close ahead, which was the bidder that we saw career into the wall earlier, I believe, and he's let them pass very, very kindly. Not interested in getting involved in their drama today, which is good to see.
Yeah, he'd do well to. I think he'd do well to piss and use his fast repair. After that knock, notice he's stayed out. Sadly, he doesn't have a teammate in his ear to be able to tell him that, because that would be my job. And I'm in here with you guys instead. So we'll have to wait and see if he figures that one out. I do want to call out that Brock Kelly from Redline Racing has got up in 2nd place, so he was in 3rd for a while, and he's managed to get past Alex Court as we predicted. And is now in 2nd place, so Matt Dench is
no longer the
first.
fastest.
Brock Kelly is 2nd place, and yeah, Brock Kelly taking half a second out of him on the last lap, which is very interesting. I think the lap before it was reversed, so we'll keep an eye on their time to see if there is any hope of a battle for the lead. Particularly, we know if Brock Kelly doesn't have the pace on the Dench. The last time I've even questioned whether that's the case.
Kelly into pits, but Dench has stayed out.
Yeah.
So here comes the
real shenanigans going on there. What we're going to do with the broadcast, we'll take you through the first stops for all these GT3, see where the race settles out, and then we'll call an end to the first part of the broadcast. So, looking to go for another 10-15 minutes probably from here, just to make sure we're across everything after that first round of stops for the GT3s. Then we'll take a break and we'll bring you the last or so of the broadcast, probably somewhat dependent on how my stint shakes out for the as I'll be doing the 3rd stint for last minute races. So It'll be something like that, or he might just start the broadcast with Daniel and Sam if there's some drama. But you'll be in their capable hands. They're both absolutely excellent. Right now, we're following Pete Matson. He is right behind Justin Wetcher. This has been a battle that's been going on for a little while. Pete unable to get past. It'll be interesting to see if he's managed to save a little bit of fuel behind him and perhaps can make the jump in the pit stops. In pit lane currently is the Mighty Cooks, Breadline Racing, Quantum Motorsports powered, and locked on Laz Racing 707. And they've Breadline Racing's just come out in 5th place on the road. Obviously, they're in effective 2nd, and Quantum's come out behind them, and I think the Mighty Cooks and Lockton Lads are going to come out behind them as well. So quite a big gap for them to drop into there, and that's worked out very nicely for all of those cars. And Pete Matson now in the pit lane, and Justin Witch continuing. So we'll see in a lap or two whether Pete Matson's able to get it done in the pits.
He's clearly done pretty well on fuel to get it to this point. Been driving a pretty good race, so you see how they all pop out. Now with Dench in pits as well, he'll probably somehow have a lower time than everyone else too, by riding the probably not using the pit limiter itself actually. That's a classic little trick for him to get a little bit of extra time throughout the pit lane, and have a couple more Ks now than what would allow on the pit limiter. So, but yeah, everyone of those GT3s now is in pit lane, I believe.
Justin Mitchell, he's still.
He's still out. Oh, okay, so it's still second. Wow. Merc might be a bit less hungry than we thought. That's quite impressive. I mean, it's interesting that you push it that hard as well, given they're well past that hour mark, so it's not going to make much difference from a strategy perspective, except that later on in the race you have a slightly shorter kit. It's not like you can win yourself a kit as you can in some tracks, like around here in Monza or something, and getting to that hour is probably a lot more difficult. But around here, there's clearly enough time off throttle, but that's not the case for some of these longer corners. And now he goes into pits, so that will cleanse the field. Thomas Martin has jumped in the Tractix Racing entry, 40 seconds up the road from John Jennings in the Breadline Racing entry that Brock Kelly was driving. John, a very good driver, but I don't think he's quite as quick as Brock, so we'll see what happens with that. Thomas Martin, a very quick GT3 driver as well. So that gap will be, yes, I have to follow that closely.
Philip Fox for Tractix Racing AM, he's been pretty fast at times as well, so he's been driving too much out for, as is Magnus Rowney for the Mighty Cooks. Interesting note, looks like there's been a couple of incorrect pit entries. It looks like Pete Matson mucked up the pit entry. He's had a pit stop time of 1 minute 21, and Michael Plinus for last minute races, he's still in the pit lane, and his pit lane time is now at 1 minute and 40 seconds, so not sure what has happened there, but both of them getting something wrong, I imagine, on pit entry. It might be interesting to go have a look, see what's happened.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pete. No, it's singing praises, and then look at this. We've cursed you. But yeah, I don't know what's happened to them. It's interesting that a few people have been caught out by pits this race so far. We see it happen every now and then that people have issues with pit lanes and that sort of thing, but usually not all that many. People are usually very careful with it for obvious reasons, because the penalties that you get for any sort of misdemeanor in the pits is heavy.
We might need to go earlier for Pete. I imagine it would have been on pit entry. I imagine it's a few drivers not taking enough speed off at the chicane and then crossing the white line or speeding here maybe.
Oh, that could have been speeding. He did continue to slow down.
And what did Michael Plinus do? Let's have a look, given he's had stopped 2 minutes 27 seconds. So, either that or he didn't have his fast repair ticked. Potentially.
Maybe.
I'm not sure.
All sorts of shenanigans happening.
Yeah, it's really difficult pit entry, because it's straight after that chicane that's right on the inside, so if you don't scrub off enough speed, you can absolutely leave yourself having to dive in late, and if you've left it really late on fuel, it's not like you can just decide to go around again. You've got to take the penalty. You've also got like a little, basically a hairpin they have to navigate. It's very narrow, so easy to go over the white lines there, and then you do speed up out of the hairpin, and then it's easy to overshoot the pit safety line because it's particularly because it's 60 and not 80, so it's even slower than you think it's going to be, and you have to score off even more speed so that can catch you out. So there's at least 3 points on pit entry that you can get caught out, and then on pit exit you can get caught out because you naturally want to come out wide and give yourself a bit more space to take that hairpin, but the white line keeps you right narrow, basically up until the apex. You're not far off, so it's really hard to fight your instincts to go wide there, so you can definitely cross the white line and exit. At least 2 drivers get it wrong. We suspect Stonks Racing got it wrong as well. So that's 3 drivers out of a field of 23 cars. So 10% of the grid, having some sort of issue during the first round of stops. Multiply that by 3 stops this race, and you're going to get 30% of the grid having some sort of issue during the stops.
Yeah, well, have a look at this battle here. So this is for the podium in GT3 class for 3rd place. Schultz jumped in that for Quantum Motorsports, but he's been hounded by Magnus Rowney behind. And Devon Stone is not that far down the road as well. Oh, look at this. He's really testing him here. That was tricky. That's a good move. That's a very good move, and that's a lot going. You just need to sit back, just try and sit behind for a bit. Otherwise, you could get swallowed up here by some of these cars behind. Flashing it out a little bit there too, which is never easy to deal with on both sides of the ledger. Whether they can't see you or you can't see them, it's a massive wig out when you're flashing around a circle like that. And it does seem like Rowney is going to have the pace on him here. So we'll see if we can just sort of sit back for a second, should sit. And there it is. John Jennings is only 3.5 seconds up the road as well. With Martin pulling more time on him for about 5 seconds since that pit stop. So that gap doesn't look like it's closing down anytime soon. Probably won't without a safety car at this point. But yeah, it's
I was about to pull
just
out.
have to sit here for it. Go.
If you're John Jennings, I think you're hoping there's been a mistake in the last 2 laps because he's been losing seconds to the cars behind it. 57 and then a 59 compared to a 56 in both laps for Magnus Rowney. So if this pace continues, Magnus Rowney is definitely going to be able to get the Mighty Cooks back ahead of Breadline Racing. John Jennings needs to find some pace from somewhere, and Thomas Martin just absolutely clearing the field. They're one of the only drivers in the 1 minute 55s at the moment, so he's absolutely picking up where Denji left off and increasing that gap. So it's at 46 seconds now, and really nobody looking like being able to go with him. Although there's a little bit of hope if the Mighty Cooks can find a little bit more pace. Maybe Magnus Rowney can peg him back a little bit, but it's a lot of hope and not much evidence at the moment. But it is looking like there's a very good battle for those podium positions, from John Jennings and Breadline Racing all the way down to Devon Stone in 5th place. It's 2.5 seconds back to Magnus Rowney, then another 2.5 to Eden Schultz, 1.3 to Devon Stove, and then even Damien Cross and Philip Fox are only a further 6 and 2.63 seconds behind respectively. So lots of drivers in the battle, lots of teams in the battle for all the podium positions here. It just looks like the win seems to be all but sewn up at this point.
It does.
All right, we've gone through the pit stops. We've seen how the field is shaking out. I think now would be a good time to call the close to the first part of our broadcast of the penultimate round of the Login Systems Endurance Championship. Of course, we can only bring you these broadcasts because of the kind sponsor. Login Systems, the title sponsor for the Endurance Championship, have been for a couple of seasons now. It's absolutely brilliant to have their continued support. But the GSRC has a broad range of sponsors, and I'm sure Daniel's about to get them on screen for me. So we'll throw them at the top of your screen. Here we go. At the bottom, we've got Flash Graphics, M-Wave, who've got a Black Friday sale on now if you need some sim racing gear or to improve the specs of your computer so you can have some nice high-fidelity images while you're racing. Login Systems, the title sponsors of this race, the Endurance Championship as a whole. Orbic, who sponsor the GT4s. Waste Options, who sponsor the GT3s. Lobesy Racing. Player One Sim Gear. And Sprayton non-alcoholic cider. So those are your sponsors for the GSRC in 2023 Season D. If you would like to become a sponsor, just have a kind word with any of the fantastic people we've got on the committee, including our own Sam Chapman, who's in the commentary box with us, and Joe Baldwin, who is the president, who joined us a little bit earlier. For now, I'd like to thank you all for paying attention. Thank you all for watching and joining us on what has been a fantastic battle, a real chess match around the Nurburgring for the first hour and 50 minutes. We'll be back with about 1 hour left to go, so that will work out to be around 3 o'clock Adelaide. No, sorry, around about 3 o'clock Sydney time, Australian Eastern Standard Time. We hope to see you then. Until then, if you're racing, good luck. If you're not, we hope you enjoy your afternoon, and we'll see you in a couple of hours.
Welcome back, everyone. Just cutting our break slightly short. We have Matt Dench here in the broadcast room with us, so we'll have a talk with him as to how his first stint went. Matt, your team, well and truly in the lead. You've got yourselves a, if I'm reading that correctly, 50-second gap. So that was a hell of a first stint for you.
Yeah, I know we gained about 20-second lead, but we've short fueled in that first one, so it's blown the lead out by a bit. So that'll come back a little bit towards the end.
Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. Just looking at your pit time there, so you did a 35.1, whereas the cars behind you, 42 is in the 42 range, 40. So yeah, that makes sense. That's a smart move, though, if you think about it. So obviously you'll have to come in. Well, that won't help. As we see your teammate just going wide. Not sure if it was the GTP that caught him off guard or not. But that's a clever mode. So obviously you'll come in a shorter second stint, but hoping that Thomas will be faster than the cars behind, I suppose.
Yeah, so we weren't going to make the hour mark on the fuel, and then I got a tyre warning with about 8 laps to go to the pit stop, so we decided to just underfuel the middle stint, and yeah, I'll be back in the car for the last one, so I could just sort of play around with the car a bit.
A tyre warning? So, wait, let's see if I get this correct. So, so you got, when you say a tyre warning, do you mean the pressures?
Amount left on the tyre.
So you actually got oh my god! So you drove the crap out of that car. That's what you're telling me.
It's got a lot of grip in the rear, so the fronts are pushing it quite a lot, so it's wearing the fronts quite a bit.
Wow. Okay. That I did not expect over the course of a stint. I did not expect that you would get an actual warning for the tyre tread. So that's interesting. I wonder if that's unique to the Porsche, or if it'll be an issue for all the other cars as well.
The Porsche seems to have a lot of understeer on corner exits. So at the apex where you get on throttle, it's just want to understeer quite a bit. So yeah, we're just killing the fronts a bit there.
Right. Okay. And is that going to are you going to have to adjust your driving style at the later end of the race for that? Obviously, you can afford to sort of take more risk at the front end, knowing that you've got so much time left. But towards the back end, you're probably going to have to ease up on the driving, or just take the risk and flat out anyway.
I'll probably just change the lines on the corners a little bit, go a little bit wider in the entries, and square it up for the apex to so get on throttle still.
Oh, very good. Well, again, you've still got yourselves a 49-second gap, so all things considered, if you can sort of maintain the pace, Thomas not doing too bad. Last lap there, crossing the line, 155.4, which is, if I'm correct, doing a quick scan here, that is faster than anyone else. Sorry, that is faster than everyone except Magnus in P2 for your class. That is the Mighty Cucks. He did a 55.2. So yeah, if Thomas maintains this pace, then yeah, I think you guys have smooth sailing to the end.
Yeah, as long as I didn't calculate the fuel long, but it should be close to a full tank on the last stint, hopefully.
Good stuff. All right, well, good luck to you and your team, and yeah, maybe we'll catch up with you towards the later end of the race.
No worries, we'll talk to everyone later.
All right. So our main commentators are on a break. I believe Liam is actually getting ready to race in this Enduro. I, of course, will be on standby here in the director role, so I will be making sure that we cut to any close battles that occur and making sure that you guys have some entertaining race to watch. We are aiming to be back with full commentary for this Enduro at 3 p.m. Sydney time. I do not have a handy time converter, so for all of you in other states, if you know how far ahead or back you are, please do that in your head. And for now, yeah, we'll just leave this running, and we'll be back with you at 3 p.m.
Good afternoon, GSRC. We are back live at the penultimate round of the Login Systems Endurance Championship, live from the Nurburgring. We are 3 hours and 2 minutes in, so we're a couple of minutes later than we said to be first half of the broadcast, but we are live and ready to bring you the conclusion of the penultimate race of the championship. It's pretty clear who's out front in both races at the moment. Tractors Racing holding a big lead in the GT3s. Yes, on your screens it said that says that Breadline Racing are in the lead, but they've got a pit again, so that's not quite accurate. We might see them catch up a little bit through a bit of fuel offset, etc., but that is a healthy lead held by Tractors Racing. Even the cars behind them are yet to pit. So there we go, GT3s. It's looking pretty good for Tractix in the hypercars, as it was before we left you. Stonks Racing absolutely bossing the field. They got a lap on Arlec Motorsport. The only thing that could stop them is an accident, and there have been a few close calls with hypercars taking last minute lunges, trying to get past the GT3s, not getting held up, having their own issues. GT3s having battles, having issues. So there's been a bit of drama while you've been off screen, but this is how we stand. Not much to do with the hypercars in the GT3s. Still Tractix from Breadline. Then it's the Mighty Chucks in third. Pacific Esports Racing 17 and 4th, and Tractix Racing Am making a really good recovery there in 5th. However, look at the last time they pitted, lap 67. They've got to pit again, so expect them to fall behind the likes of Iridium, Quantum, Pacific Esports 35. My name is Liam Banks. Alongside me, like we had in the morning, I've got Daniel Crayasar doing the production and providing his expertise and his very sultry tones. He's got lovely voices, Daniel, on the commentary. And then we've also got Chapo, who you'll know because he's leading the Formula Vs. And if you're not watching the Formula Vs on a Monday night, I highly recommend you do. On a Thursday night, I highly recommend you do. They're great fun to watch. If you're not watching, be racing in them, because it's just side-by-side battling all the time, and we've got the finale for that coming up this week from Phillip Island. It's going to be magnificent, and Sam Chapman is in the running for the championship. They're currently the leader. But back to what we've got for you this afternoon. 55 minutes remaining. And Daniel, have you got anything to show us from the last couple of hours of racing that we really don't want those that have only just come back to miss?
Well, there've been a couple of off tracks and whatnot, so we can, let's see if we can go back and have a look. So one of the more recent ones is Corey Hodges coming down into the stadium section, and yep, just forgot to turn.
Yep, just greedy on the throttle. It's weird. Sometimes you feel like you can accelerate out and you're expecting the bit of acceleration to give you a little bit of extra turn, and then it doesn't. You end up off the track if you don't react. Yep. This is Michael Plonus.
So looks like he just tapped the grass before the turn in. Okay,
Did a really good job to recover that and get that back on the straight. Now wouldn't have lost that much time there, really.
Clough. A little wide. There's Corey Hodges again coming into turn 1. Big lock up there. And yeah, one of the things I was talking about earlier. If you go in there too hot, very easy to lock up, just go straight out.
I agree, Josh. I miss the old grass from a streaming point of view. However, I don't miss it from a racing point of view. And I certainly don't miss the old gravel from a racing point of view. It's so nice to actually hit the gravel and have it stop you hitting the wall instead of accelerating you into it. But yeah, it does mean we get less safety cars. No safety car so far in this race, despite a few spins. Whenever anyone's crashed, even if they have hit the wall, like we saw Plonus doing earlier, they've been able to continue. So it's been pretty high standard driving from everyone in the field. And with the nature of the Nurburgring, it's just not that many walls to hit. So you've really got nice big gravel traps like that one there, stopping the cars before they can do too much damage to themselves. This is Adam Ponsler, that's a beautiful line through that chicane. And behind him, we've got Stephen Banks, Pacific Esports Racing 17. He was in a quite a tight battle with the other Pacific Esports Racing car and Breadline Racing, and I forget who the third car was earlier on in the split, but they had a mistake. They've ended up behind Pacific Esports Racing 17, and they just haven't been able to recover since then. This is Samsung, he's the leader of the LMDH class, and it'd be nice to see how he's taking a lap around here, because he's shown absolutely blistering pace. This is Michael Plinus for last minute races, trying to get past Corey Hodges. I don't believe this is a live battle for position. I think there's a lap between these cars.
There are a lap down each. Yeah. Oh, not
Well,
each. Sorry, Michael Plonus is down 1 lap to. Is he? Yes, because Corey's in P6, P16. Sorry. So,
yes, because we
yeah.
were a lap down when I was behind Corey Hodges, and it has not gone well since then. So.
Whoa, the GTP. That's a very interesting.
That's looks dicey, doesn't it? Going through that in a GTP. I don't know what's more scary for them, the GTPs or the GT3s. Like, I think both. It's a bit airy. How's Josh as well? I reckon Belial is the next endurance race. Oh, that would we would definitely get some safety cars there. But no, he's right about that grass model. I think that does impact the regularity of safety cars, which, to be honest, from the driver's perspective, they'll be a bit more happy with that. As we sort of follow on with Sam Sutton, our fastest guy on track, our race leader. Section really fiddly, but gets through it quite nicely, and then it opens up a bit. You can stretch the legs a little bit through here and take a little bit of these banked corners as well, that feel quite nice when you get right, when it digs right into that sort of middle section there. You can take a fair bit of curb on the way out of a lot of these corners too, but you don't want to go too wide because it is an old school racetrack and it does have grass and gravel, which my preference, to be honest, than the new style tarmac sort of runs. I do get what the it's actually tough for us to stay in the white lines and the things around them, because it can be, and it becomes a bit more of a feels a bit more like an artificial sort of game when you're just trying to sit within those white lines to do off tracks rather than there being some real danger at the end of it. As GTPs fly through that section there and through this final corner. So what sort of times have you done there? I would imagine below that 40 mark. God, just dead on. So 140.085. By the time he's just getting back up again. I remember his fastest lap was around that low 39s mark earlier in this race. Have we had any changes in conditions or anything so far today, or anything of significance?
No. When I was out there, the track felt much the same as it did during practice. So I don't think there's been any big change in conditions. The track temperature is 2 degrees difference from when we start. So 17 degrees when we started. It's currently 20. So no big differences. The track's felt pretty constant. Or at least it did to me. Someone who's done more than one stint. Better evidence. Yeah, that was what I felt.
Yeah. Okay. And the understanding is that Kelly will have to pit again, I'm assuming, with this. But that track fix car of Matthew Dench is already on its last stint, I'd assume, right?
Yeah, I would say. When did it pit lap 85? No, they're going to have to pit again. Surely, right? Yeah, they've got to. You've got to go another 20, 25 laps from here, and you get about.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's still like 50 laps on that tank, then, isn't it? If you, yeah, you can't.
I mean,
you wouldn't be able to do that many. So.
Lap
Yeah. Okay. So they probably will have to pit again. This could be close. This could still be quite close. Now, what's happened to these guys in between? Because it was quite a gap from that track fix team down to the bread line. It was about 40 seconds or something from memory. So for it to be sort of 8 14 in the other direction, although with some bonus to pit strategy. This is on here, which once again very impressive given they started right at the bat, the bread line guys, and were able to, you know, with the brilliant overtaking skills of and pace of Brock Kelly. And then clearly his teammates done a really good job to hold on to it. That's an interesting line into pit lane. Is that a legal line into pit lane? Because it sure doesn't look like one.
Yeah.
Does it tell me if I run iRace control whether he's been left fired?
So that's 46 laps in a stint for Breadline. Wait, those lap numbers aren't right for when they last pitted.
Okay.
Because it's now saying lap 99, but which it just rolled over, but we're on lap 114.
So it'd be
Because now
99
lap
for
99.
No,
them.
because it's 99 for them. Then they're 15, 16 laps down.
Alright,
So that's
tractors
why.
pitted 14 laps ago. So they're on
So-
13 laps. So
Oh,
you've
should
got
get
about
to the
30
end.
laps worth of...
Ooh, they'll just
No,
get
that's
to the
not
end.
bad.
I mean, knowing Dange, but
Yeah, I think they've got it about right. I think they pitted at the first possible stop, that way you can get home. I would imagine. Because then that makes more sense with the gaps and everything as well.
yeah. Dan, I'll just turn off the desktop audio because it's coming through the main one, I think. But yeah, okay. I'm just trying to work out where everything is then now. So this is fun. So these guys are all a lap apart. There's these GTP cars. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what we decide to do with this next season, because the GTPs haven't had a huge take up, but we also, I guess, as a club, haven't really used them much. So I think there's a lot more people that are more comfortable in the GT3 caper. But whether there's any other ideas as to what we do next season, we'll have a chat with. I'll work through with Josh and see what we want to do. Whether we want to do multi-class again. I'm a big fan of the multi-class personally. I think it adds a layer to the race. You know, but you've got to be careful with it because if you have a bunch of classes and it splits up the field, then you miss out on much racing. So. Yeah, I think it's a hard one to balance, but I'd like to see multi-class continue. Creates a bit of risk for everyone as well, and means that I think it becomes more of a team game as well, where you really are trying to race engineer your teammates to make sure that they know when GTP cars are coming up behind them, or vice versa, and how to sort of negotiate it, which is the good part of endurance racing in my view. I'm not much of an endurance racer. I'm a bit like Joe, got the attention span of a flea. But the good part about endurance racing is that you are doing it as a team. And a lot of the time, motorsport can be very, very individualist otherwise. So Redline's come out 35 seconds behind Traptix here, and we're not sure if Traptix will need to pit again. Yeah, interesting point from Josh here. Quite a few cars approaching the incident count limit, which could factor in. Yes, yeah, that could definitely factor into this. It's not a big incident count limit. It's 22 incident points, and then with an extra 8 as the Mighty Cucks car goes around it for it looks. But yeah, so that could definitely factor in. Very easy to get 22 incident points. I think that I know that they try and breed a better form of racing, which is true. It makes it cleaner. But I could go through 22 incident points in about 3 corners, I reckon. So it's an easy thing to mark up. There's not too many difficult off tracks on this circuit. You know, it doesn't have that same like Kodo or Spa or that sort of thing where it is just easy to pop in and off track all the time. But there are a few, and any contact obviously hurts a lot with +4, generally for any significant contact or loss of control being a +2. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a few guys getting caught out with this, and having to serve that drive-through to add an extra 8 instant points to their count. I'm not sure if we've had any so far.
Last minute races had to do that.
Okay.
So we hit the instant point limit.
Oh, Liam. Oh, no.
Yeah, it wasn't good. We got into an incident that plus over the instant point limit, so we had to drive through, and then we got a drive through for race control. So we had 2 drive-throughs for 2 laps.
Oh, lovely.
Isn't
that wonderful?
Yeah, it was great. It was a great way to end my stint.
Gosh, what's going on here? Is this is a lapped car just trying to get out of the way there. It was all a bit awkward through there. This is a bit of a... We're all very close together now. In fact, this battle has turned into a real battle here for 4th place in the motor race.
Mighty Cox are really specific practice racing.
Yeah.
All within a second. And not within a second, we covered all 4 cars within a second. And it's Iridium Sim Sports 268 at the lead of that, with Pacific Esports Racing 17, Tractors Racing and then the Mighty Cox in that order behind them. Pacific Esports Racing. And you've got Black Cars in the middle of that, and you've also got the fact that Iridium Sim Sports, say at the head of this pack, are out of position because they haven't. Oh no, they have done their final pit stop. Sorry, I really got 2 different sources of information. So all these cars have done their final pit stops. This is a genuine battle for position, and I think the lap car is going on the way now.
Yeah, and this is a massive battle for position. I don't know whether any of them need to save fuel and whether they might keep it cool for a little while. But yeah, for this final skin, it does look like we've got a very key on-track battle, which doesn't always happen in this as well. The GTP going past as well. That's weaving through traffic through there to try and get ahead before this section here. Fortunately didn't get in the way too much. These guys still in very close tow. That Mighty Cox car is just fallen back a little bit from this pack, so we hope to try and make it back up again. Yeah.
So now behind the hyper car hinders the cars ahead, although not much hindering going on there. But they're able to make it happen.
So, how many laps? I'm not sure if that Tractix car makes it to the end with lap 85, does it? Like, it's blind ball.
But the thing is that we're not on lap 118 for these
Yeah.
cars, right? So we
No, I
need to know
get that. So we're on
these
lap
cars
103 for these, or 104 for these cars. So 85. So I've already done 19 laps on that Tractix car. We effectively would need to... How many laps were you getting out of a tank, man?
That's a very good question. I wish I knew the answer. You can tell how much I paid attention to the strategy. I just got on the thing and drove it fast.
Fair enough.
Wow, I say fast. Moderately quick. It was low 150. It was low 155s for most of the stint, so I was pretty happy with that.
Oh, that's pretty good times. Yep.
But certainly not nearly the pace of some of these guys. But yeah, I think it was about 40.
Okay, and there would be... Well, we're running just under 2-minute laps, so there's another
About an
at
hour
least
and 10.
20 laps, probably. Yeah.
Hour and 10, so what's that in laps? So if we go an hour and 10, which is, of course, 70 minutes.
Okay.
You know, we did a 70 minutes times 60 seconds, which is 4,200 seconds. We divide that by, or what's that? much we call it a lap, which is 115 seconds a lap, right?
Yep.
I've lost myself.
Yeah, 115 seconds a lap.
Against a lap, and we've got it goes for about 70 minutes, 70 times 60 divided by 15 seconds a lap equals 36 and a half laps. Something like that.
Okay.
So it's Denchi, so let's make that 38.
Yep.
Quite happily. So 38 laps, we reckon they've done 20.
Yeah.
So I reckon 18 laps. 18
Oh, it's
times-
dead on.
Yeah,
Okay.
18 times 115.
Yeah. Yeah. Why would
Yeah.
we doubt the
Yeah,
guy?
it's-
Why would we doubt the guy?
Bang on.
Uh,
35 minutes left, basically, and 35 minutes worth of fuel, we reckon. By our, it's only close enough that he'll make it up with fuel saving. I think he will have to fuel save, but he's got 30 seconds of fuel saving he can do before it becomes an issue.
yeah, and he can still feel safe faster than most other people can drive. So it's well, he's fuel saving with a gun. It's almost sometimes faster for him when he fuel saves. Although it gets really scary when he really starts punching laps. That's and he's not managing. That's when it gets nasty. Just takes absolute chunks out of everyone around him. But he'll be cruising there. 30 seconds to the good. Let's hope he does. This little battle hasn't broken apart, but it's nowhere near as close as it was. With sort of 1 second gaps in between each of them. The Mighty Cucks car has fallen right back now, almost 4 seconds. So looking like he probably doesn't at this point have the pace to match the guys ahead at this point. So yeah, 57.3 that last lap. The others doing 56s, a low 56 and 55. So quite a differential there. Whether he's saving fuel or what, I doubt it, given he's pitted later than any of the others. But could have under fuel as well. Just the manufacturers as well. We are limited on manufacturers. It's sort of just Porsche, Ferrari, Bimmer and Mercs. So no McLarens, no Ford GTs jumping into the mix. What else? Audis, Lamborghinis, none of those. Although looks like the new Audi is coming out soon. I saw that. So the new Audi GT3 I think is supposed to come out in December, which should be interesting. Current Audi GT3 is not really a favourite for anyone really. I've not seen it used almost at all, and often when it is used it seems to be backwards in certain corners. So that'll be good to see a replacement. They're constantly updating the GT3 cars, and as we saw this season, that it's probably going to be very good in its first season. The way that iRacing does these things, they tend to, the new cars tend to acquire right? So the Ferrari this season, for instance, was brilliantly fast, although a bit fragile, but incredibly brilliant car to drive. And then some of those older cars are a bit longer in the tooth. I think even the Bimmer's losing a bit now with the new tyre model. But obviously your Ford GTs have been effectively a legacy vehicle for quite a while now. I do find it incredible that they wouldn't update it just to make it a bit more competitive if they're going to keep it in the server, but nevertheless, they keep something that's quick on a straight line, but it does seem to have a real knife edge about it, because anytime, once again, a bit like that Audi, it's you see a lot of people spinning them, and also a lot less information than what you get on like the Ferrari, for instance. It just has a brilliant dash full of all this information. And as the cars get older, they seem to have a little bit less of that. Like things like actual tyre temperatures rather than just tyre pressures is actually a massive help in something like a GT3 car, where it is sometimes not all that easy to know where your tyres are at, given all the aids that are in place, and you don't get that same slippage. I remember you telling me, Liam, that you would often practice these cars to start with to get the braking sort of area without any of these traction control sort of settings on, so that you could sort of actually understand where the grip levels are and all that sort of thing. But yeah, so yeah, unfortunately this gap has widened out a little bit now. I'm not sure if they'll close back up towards the end or whether this is their sort of true pace as drivers. Denchi potentially use fuel saving here, or even just taking it easy so that he can do fastest lap in the last few laps. He's taken a lot of joy in crushing the hopes and dreams of everyone getting fastest lap in recent weeks, and by just easing up over the last few laps, cooling down the tyres, preparing, and then blasting out a purple in the final lap. Always frustrating when you lose final lap on your last lap too. But it's Brock Kelly, so we're on board. This is a lap car ahead, the 9th place vehicle, the locked on lads. So he'll let him pass along the straight, I would imagine. Yeah, pulling to the side, very courteous. And then he'll hope that he can latch on a little bit behind. He's got a car coming out of the pits as well, which is a live battle, I believe, for... Oh, no. No, it's not, no. Locked on lads are 2 laps down, and these 2 guys, the other guy around him is 1 lap down, Alex Court, who we saw actually doing a really good job at the start of this race, leading out in 2nd for that first stint, I believe, in the Mercedes, but they seem to have dropped back a little bit now. Yeah, it's not really much to talk about from the LMH perspective. They're very spread out. They're more just serving as an obstacle course for the GT3 cars at this point, rather than a race themselves. Yeah, you gotta congratulate Sam Sutton and his team with Lachlan Grapple on some really dominant performances in this car. Their pace today has just been untouchable, absolutely untouchable. Would actually be... I've not seen Denchi drive the GTPs before. I would be interested to see how that would play out if he was in that top class split. Because some of these guys... Oh, okay. I reckon does he come out of the pits there?
No, he was coming. He was just racing as normal.
Okay, that's weird, because I don't know why the ABS would be on. These cars do have the option to have quite a lot of aids. Effectively, I think it's 12 settings of traction control that you can go through, from sort of lower down that spectrum to really trying to control that wheel spin entirely, and the same with ABS. But you don't want to be caught out accidentally having it turned off without knowing, because you will look up and not be prepared for it. I would be interested. The traction control on these cars is very good now, and as is the ABS. So I think most drivers do use those aids as you would in the real world. I know some drivers in GT4s don't, particularly the Aston drivers, because they find the traction control to be a hindrance. And it sort of can in the GT4s where they don't have as much rotation, they don't have as much grip. It can be frustrating with the understeer at times, but the GT3's a bit less so. Everyone is just ticking along at this point. Haven't seen any major two-car incidents, at least in recent times. Because I'm not on the pots and pans today, I can't go back and have a look at replays in the same way, but I've not seen anything of huge significance. It's worth noting, Brock Kelly is taking out time from Matt Dench ahead. It's taken out about 4 seconds over the last 10 minutes. Now that's not enough to catch him. But what I do think that suggests is that Dench does actually need to save a bit of fuel. It does render the question why they would lock themselves onto such a tight strategy. In that respect, if it was going to be that tight that you'd lose time. But I guess they were that far ahead that it probably didn't matter.
Yeah, it could also be that the person in the car was feeling a bit uncomfortable, needed the loo or whatever, so wanted to call this in a bit short. And they're like, oh yeah, we can make it to the end. There's no point to push yourself, or they knew they had the time in hand, so maybe they just decided to use it. Could also be, if you're really trying to optimize the race, you might say, well, is Denchi doing fuel saving faster than Thomas
Martin.
Thomas Martin?
Yeah.
Not doing it? Is it faster overall to have Manny Denchi do that spot fuel saving? I don't know. Or, they're pretty good in coming into the comms box at the end, so hopefully Denchi does so. We can ask him what the rationale was behind it. But either way, they're looking to rob home to a comfortable victory over some very strong opposition. I would love to know what Brock Kelly and Breadline could have done had they started from the front, because remember they were 30 seconds back by the time they got to second, and they're now 25 seconds back.
Yep.
But does that indicate, had they started at the front, would they be right there? I certainly think there's a strong argument to make there. So if Brock Kelly comes into the comms box at the end of the race, or anybody else from Breadline Racing, we'll quiz them on that and see if we can't bait them into really trying to take it to tactics in the final round and starting from the front.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm sad I'm missing the that final round. It's just the perfect track for this sort of stuff. And I actually do really like it, like driving it as well. Just looking at that Kelly battle, so Kelly was 8/10 faster last lap than Dench. So Dench doing a 55 dead, and Kelly on a 54.2. So big differentials there, mostly made up through the second and third sectors, is where he was really eating that time. Which does make some sense, but yeah, once again, it just doesn't look like there's going to be enough time to catch that back up, even with the immense pace that Kelly's showing. Look at that, we're looking at an average of 7-8 tenths every lap being taken out of Dench, which is not something you see every day or pretty much any day. And those sector times not looking as bad for Dench this time, but still the Breadline car looking faster and making up more time here. So yeah, so that gap coming down over the last 5 laps by 3.5 seconds there. So yeah, I think it would take a disaster for Digital not to hold on to this, but Kelly is showing everything he has at this, and if anyone on this track is capable of upsetting the apple cart here, it will be him. He's shown great skill in these cars, in the endurance caper. So outside of that,
We're
it's
gonna
still a s-
watch is
yeah.
Iridium Sim Sports 2008 and that battle they've got with Pacific Esports Racing 17 and Tractis Racing, because it's quite. Look at the lap that Iridium Sim Sports pitted. They pitted on lap 91, which is fairly early. It's one of the earliest in the GT3 field, not as early as Tractix, but certainly earlier than most of their competitors. So if they do have to fuel save a little bit, that might just allow Pacific Esports Racing and Tractis Racing AM to catch up and turn that battle for the last podium spot into a live on track battle. Even without that, Tractis Racing AM are only 2 seconds behind Pacific Esports Racing 17, so that's certainly a live battle that's occurring right now. They're not door to door, but they'll be Pacific Esports Racing will be watching Tractis Racing AM. The mirror Tractis Racing AM will be able to see every little mistake that Pacific Esports Racing 17 and take hope from that and use it to power them on. So don't be surprised if that becomes a live battle before the end of this race. And that's just about the only battle that's really brewing. I think everywhere else the cars are either too far apart or too well in performance order for there to be much happening. Mighty Cooks are falling back from Tractis Racing AM, but they've got so much time to Quantum Motorsports, powered by the
Golden Octopus Foundation.
Golden Octopus, thank you. That there's no danger there. So it really is just that one battle, and in the hypercars, they've been just drifting further and further apart from the very start of the race. Not sure what's changed from last race, whether different amounts of practice, they don't have that tight part like they did in Red Atlanta, where they were constantly getting stuck behind the GT3s and causing that sort of slinky effect of them expanding and retracting, expanding and retracting in terms of their gaps. This time, very, very different. They basically got into their correct order within a lap or two, and then they've just drifted further and further apart since then. So, fingers crossed, we'll get a couple of more hypercars return for the finale at Le Mans, and we can have a better race in that category. Hopefully, I can round my own teammates back up and get back in the hypercar. We only did the first round, we haven't done another round since. Yeah, and hopefully others, and we can get that. If we can get that to 7 or 8 car battle, then that category should really come alive at Le Mans, and I'm sure GTP will pick up a few numbers for Le Mans as well, particularly when you take into account that it is the Adelaide 500 weekend. So we certainly know of one team that's been a casualty of that, Daniel Carrasals. Although it's been wonderful having Daniel in the box with us. We'd like to see more cars on track for next round, but the GT3 is still healthy regardless of everything else going on.
Exactly. We got 15 cars in the GT3s, so that's a pretty good field, and a pretty competitive field. You've got those guys up the front that sort of walk away with it, but then that sort of mid-pack section is quite competitive, and some of those guys down the pack a bit have some good battles as well. Yeah, I think sometimes the GT3s get caught out with the braking power of these hypercars as well. Just every single aspect about them is faster. Straight line, cornering, stopping, and it is easy just to not expect them to dart around as quickly as they can. Unlike the lump that is that BMW ahead. Probably quite good round here, to be honest, the BM. But actually,
yeah, I was able to run decent pace with it. Like I said, by the end of my stint, I was consistently below a 155.5. Basically, a 155.2 to 155.5 was where I was running. On the heavy fuel, I found it takes sort of 4 or 5 laps before it starts to feel really nice, before it gets to its sweet spot. Just burning off that tiny bit of fuel and getting the tyres up to temperature. And then maybe 5 laps later, it sort of improves quite markedly again, and that's when you can get into the 155s pretty comfortably, as long as there's no traffic or LMDHs coming through. So yeah, I find the BMW to be quite good around here, knowing that I don't really have any, I haven't driven any of the other GT3s, so I don't have any of a reference, but I'm not the fastest driver and my pace was good, which indicates that maybe that it was a pretty strong car track combination.
Yeah, potentially. Kelly's still really reeling Dench in here. Like, if he had an extra half hour, I'm not convinced Dench would hold this off. His last lap was a 54.36. Dench's a 55.72, which suggests to me that he is really fuel saving or he's getting caught up in traffic.
Yeah, look at that, 3
But
seconds
he's
for the last
effectively
2
losing
laps.
time in every sector at this point, so I would think he's actually probably saving. Maybe if we go on board with Dench, let's see what his driving style is at the moment. What's playing this part as far as the pace is concerned.
That is...
Yeah, it's a fair lift off there. Oh, that's a
up the
fair lift
hill.
off as well.
It's up the hill as well. You wouldn't really want to fuel save up a hill if you could afford it.
Turn 1.
Yeah. Yeah, turn 1 will tell us.
Once he gets to about, here we go.
I could drop it here.
Right there.
Yeah, it's massively fuel saving. That's interesting. He seems to get back on the throttle a little bit towards the end of that zone. Almost as I thought he was losing too much time there. But maybe that's a strategy that doesn't use that much fuel.
Let's see if you can back in the throttle. It wasn't just the clutch coming back in.
You can't clutch in these though, can you?
You can, yeah. Oh no, you can't. Sorry, you can't. You can clutch in the push cup. You can't clutch in these.
Yeah,
So
you
what,
can't
you
clutch
just
in
stay
these,
in the higher gears. That's how you do it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So like you just, I actually usually, even if I'm in 4th or 5th, flick it up to 6th and then let it run that way and then flick them all back down as I'm in the braking
The
zone.
other thing to pay attention to here as well is if you have a look at the stint lengths, Dench's first stint was a 34, and then when he talked to us here in the booth, he went 27-24. So they've short stinted both the middle parts, and where they're hitting 30, the 30th lap now on their stint, which means they will come in soon. Or
he's not going to come in.
Yeah, or it's they've short stinted so that he'll be like on the nose exactly for fuel.
It's a risky strategy.
15 minutes.
It is a risky strategy. It's an interesting, because he's now lost 11 seconds throughout this stint to Kelly behind. Now he's Matt Dench, so I believe he'll be able to make it home. I doubt he'll be out there doing that otherwise, but certainly not without quite a time cost that you would have thought would make sense to go around for another lap or two and rather than short stinting both stops. But you know, I mean, I guess it's easy to judge from the sidelines. There's still 19 seconds out in front, so you know, you can't, I guess, have a go at that strategy too much, can you?
He's just had a better lap as well, only losing half a second lap on that lap of 154.768 compared to a 154.262. So that's much more like it. And there's only going to be, what, 7 laps remaining. So they'd have to make up 2.5 seconds a lap for it to be a danger. So they're very, very comfortable. I imagine he's just, you know, taking advantage of a little bit extra fuel when he's behind cars before passing them.
Ooh. Oh, he just got bored and he put a bit of lock on and that rear went on him.
Yeah, he got put up with the GT3 ahead, didn't he?
He just wasn't quite prepared for it and thought he was going to. I don't think he would have hit him, to be honest. He would have come in pretty hot, but I think he could have stayed on the brakes there. But yeah, just got a bit spooked by it by the looks. I mean, given the gaps, it's not going to be relevant
And
to
this
positioning, but
this
lucky
is a
to
live
avoid
battle.
incident.
This on screen is a live battle for fourth place between Stephen Banks in the Plaids
Sure is.
liveried Porsche, and then we got Philip Fox in the Tracks Racing AM Ferrari 23 Fox behind. Didn't get as good a run out in the final corner, so probably won't be making the run to corner one. But look for this to rage for the next 12.5 minutes until the checkered flag falls. Because Philip Fox definitely looks like he's got more pace, doesn't he? There's 2 corners with by watching this, and 2 corners he's almost ploughed into the back of Stephen Banks. So, yeah, expect Philip Fox to try and make a move at some point before the end of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. That car is looking racy at the moment, and with Fox at the wheel, I imagine there is a good shot at overtake coming up here. 12 minutes left on the clock, which will equate to about 6 laps with GT3s and probably 7 for the hypercars. Yeah, definitely giving him a hurry up is Philip Fox, but hasn't seemed to find a way past at this point. And that Iridium Sim Sports car has pulled out as well. They're now 6.5 seconds down the road. So looking good for that final spot on that GT3 podium. So yeah, Fox was absolutely taking out time for Banks ahead, but that's obviously now stalled now that he is stuck behind and going to have to work out his own way through. Nothing's eventuated at this point. That's looked particularly promising outside of getting very close in the first corner, but not being able to stick anything.
Well, how does this
The hypercar
GTP
coming
fare?
through this could open the door, particularly if that hypercar goes down the inside. Yeah. No, he's going in the middle. That's exactly what the Porsche would have wanted.
Yep.
Yeah, making it go around the outside. So Porsche's going to have to change the lineup all through there. They would have lost 0 time at all. That's definitely cost the Ferrari behind a little bit, given a little bit of breathing space. A lot of the Ferrari is eating into that almost immediately.
Yeah, look at how quickly he made back that time though. He definitely has a lot of pace in that Ferrari. It's still within 7/10 of the go ahead with a number of laps left to go, and you can imagine that he'll be trying to make that move pretty quick, smart, but no opportunities arising at this point. If we look at the...
Oh, he's acted really wide though. So I didn't caught it okay, but... So that Porsche is much faster in the second sector. Well, not much faster, but faster, I should say. But that Ferrari... Oh, sorry, no, I've got it the wrong way around. It's the second sector in which the Ferrari is fast. And, but it's dropped off there in the third and fourth.
Just can't find a way. He's not quicker in the right places, as far as I can tell. You can't get off the looks like you doesn't get off the slow corners quite as well as the Porsche.
Well, if you have a look here, hopefully they won't get interrupted by the GTP for a while. There it is, just coming down turn 1 now. So if we have a look at the sector timings for this new lap, we'll get a better idea of the performance comparison. So the sector one's going to be around here somewhere. Should be just halfway down this part. There we go. So almost a 10th for the Ferrari. And the second sector is just before the stadium horseshoe. Two tenths. That's
He lost
insane.
a lot of time there.
That's
He really
insane.
dropped off.
So that's why he can't make the gap, because he's gaining almost a 10th in the first sector and then losing 3 tenths actually, 2.89 through that second sector. That's nuts.
He had
And
a
then-
really bad exit out of that last corner of the sector. I just saw
Yeah.
the time just absolutely flow away. And now he's got to deal with this GTP that he's not going to let through too easily, because he knows that his race is at risk if he breaks out any more of a gap. But no, Banks doing a good job here, holding this off. In fact, pulling out a little bit of time, despite this car being in that slipstream. He's really picked up, put the medal down, Banks, and gone, nah, I'm not losing. Not losing this position, you're going to have to fight me for it, which is good to see. I still think that Ferrari will catch back up, but I'm not convinced an overtake is on here. It's just not seemed to eventuate. This has always just been just a bit fast enough, you know, have the car in the right spots to not allow that to happen. But yeah, look how much he catches up in that first sector. Isn't that? That's a lot. So now he's right within sniffing distance. He won't be able to do anything down into this corner, but if he holds
Gained
it,
almost 3 tenths.
yeah, it was really big, that first sector for him. He's very close behind now, so you'll be hoping that he can get a good exit out down here. And
Oh, they
maybe-
were even.
There you go.
So this is a much better lap now for Philip Fox. So
Absolutely
breaking even
is.
on the second sector, if he can keep it through the Michael Schumacher S, he might actually have a run down towards the chicane. This will be crucial for him. So the sector line is here at the bridge, and he is faster, so the draft might be on when they come around this next 2 turns.
We need one of this to get right. Lots of opportunities for either car to muck up and let the other one get a decisive upper hand, but not happening there. Looking pretty even through there. Don't think it's going to be quite close enough, but if he can close up through the chicane, he might be able to get a run out of the first corner, out of the final corner and into the first.
He dropped 2 tenths in the 4th sector. That's what's getting him undone. So,
Way faster for the chicane.
and now the GTP is coming as well. So he's done well to close this up. Look at this. 3 tenths now, but that GTP is going to scream on the inside, and the Porsche goes to cut off.
Oh, sheesh. Oh, I don't think Banks really saw that GTP coming. That's I think they'll be a bit frustrated by that move there, really. In the GTP, they could have gone a lot worse.
The camera angle
For every
might
car
also
involved.
have made that look worse than it was because it was head on, so we'd have to see it from
Potentially.
the back. How close the GTP was.
This is actually a difficult place for a GTP to class as well through this section. So, is he able to get
Well.
through? Yeah. Okay, he's done well there. Okay. I guess that straight is long enough when you're close enough behind, and these 2 cars being pretty close. Hasn't really made an impact to this gap though, the GTPs in the end. They both sort of had to go past both the cars at a similar rate anyway. But Fox is running out of time here. We've got 4 minutes left of this race. And where is our lead LMH car?
Mercedes arena. So he's just coming on
Yeah,
turn 3
okay,
now.
so probably got, this will probably be this lap and 2 more, I'd imagine. That are left for the GTPs, and once that first GTP finishes, the flag will fly for everyone else. And Banks doing his fastest sector 3 there too, so once again doing a really good job to put the hammer down. and keep Fox at bay. But even with that faster sector, it wasn't much faster than the guy behind there. But yeah, they're just trading sectors at the moment. They're very well matched up. So our only close battle on track at the moment. Everyone else has pulled out more of a lead. Iridium, these guys are actually catching Iridium Sim Sports a little bit, but not enough to bring down what is now a 5.3 second gap. As well, if we look at that front battle, Breadline just did their fastest lap, a 53.9. But with almost within 11 seconds of the Tractix racing car, the start of this stint, that was 30. That's a big change in gap. So credit to Kelly there. But
Stephen Banks right now, furiously getting on the lights, hoping that the Porsche ahead of him gets out of the way. Look at him go. He's pushing. This is for position, so Schuler hopefully will get out of the way. Oh, this is not going to go down well.
Not yet.
This is not going to go down well. So Schuler, the gap is close. He really should be obeying blue flags right now. Will he move over for this car? He's not. He's not moving over at all.
Well, I mean, he's not. They're not right on him at this point. He doesn't have to move over and slow down entirely. He cannot impede their progress in any significant or intentional way.
Oh, that's a dive! Stephen Banks dived on the inside. He's made it work, though. Good job. Oh, I thought that was going to be all undone there. I really did. But now the lapped car is in between these two, and he's not moving. So he's not moving at all. There we go. Okay.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. So not making it simple, but these two have closed right up then now. Not that they were that far apart before, but Ferrari right on their tush there. So this is our race
be a white flag,
leader.
I think. No, there isn't. Is it really not white flag?
That is surprising.
Could explain why Matty Dench's last lap was a 1:57.4. Do they need? Are they? Because that's slow. Even with him saving, that's slow. It could just be him cooling down the tires before going for a fastest lap. He loves
a lot of cooling
to do that, but that's significantly slower than what he's been running. He's been running, even when he's been slow, he's been running 1:55. So that last lap, he was 3 seconds slower than Breadline.
Yeah, that's a huge
if there's
amount
2
of
more
time.
laps, that puts
it's down
Breadline
to 7
right
seconds now. Like, if they've misjudged this fuel stop, look at those. Look at the amount of time he's losing each lap. Like, this is unbelievable. 1.8, 1.5, 0.9.
I think they're doing an extra lap.
1.7.
I reckon
they've been caught out. I reckon they've been caught out here.
Not losing that much time this lap, though.
So just keep an eye out. So just remember, the first stint from
just keeping it interesting
Tractix was 34 laps, and Dench is currently on 38. The closest any other GT3 got, I believe, was P3 with 32. So Dench is stretching the absolute limit.
So the checkers are out, and he's coming around the final section.
Oh, okay.
So he's made it.
So that's well done. So Sam Sutton, of course, crossing the line, a win for... And there we go. Well done too. Oh, it was there, though. So I'm not sure why the white flag didn't show up for us.
I think it's to do with the multi-class aspect or something. Just like the way that it calculates it or something. I'm not sure, but... yeah. You're doing donuts as well. Well deserved, but I think he only got 1 donut in before he ran out of fuel. So, that final lap from him a 54.47, so not blistering. His best being a
Oh,
53.57.
this is chaos. This could be chaos.
Oh my god.
Oh!
Oh, this is positional too. This is unreal.
This is positional.
Oh my
Oh, he hit him!
Oh,
He's
contact!
hit him. He has hit him. And that's put him off. And
Stay
Fox will
behind.
sit back though. And he's not going to fight that. And he shouldn't either. Given that's a rear end collision. But that was going to happen in that gaggle of cars there. Banks, hats off to him. Really good final stint being able to hold off Foxterre, who did look like he was quicker until he got behind him and just could not find a way past Banks there. Even with traffic issues and all that sort of thing ahead of him. No, hats off to Stephen Banks and Philip Fox for providing us with a good on-track battle, especially with those lapped cars throwing a real. There's Kelly using up his tyres. He looks like he's got a bit more fuel left than Mr. Dench.
Is that the traction control killing him or what?
I think that could be fuel.
Yeah, most likely.
Alright.
Most likely.
Because I doubt you'd be trying to do it with the traction control on. Your burnouts don't go for very long with the traction control on there. So here's our race results. So Stonks Racing taking out that outright win in the LMP cars with Lachlan Capel and Sam Sutton driving brilliantly today. That's followed by iLEC Motorsport, Catalads, and Sharpie IT Solutions by Tech 1 as our 4 GTP cars. On the other side, we've got Tratnix Racing. So we saw Thomas Martin and Matt Dench at the helm of that car. Did a very, very good job today, although it did look like they were almost caught out in a bit of a fuel race, but we'll have to see what the background is on that when hopefully he jumps into the booth. Those guys jump into the booth in a little bit to have a chat to us. Redline Racing, Kelly at the helm of that car, doing a brilliant job, and his teammate Kelly doing a good job, and John Jennings too, to keep them there. Almost making a race of it, but not quite enough time for them. Iridium Sim Sports, they did a really good job to make it into third and pull ahead of those two battling cars of Tratnix Racing and Pacific Esports 17 behind them. Then that was followed by the Mighty Carks in sixth. They were within that pack, but just dropped off the back of it a little bit. Pacific Esports Racing 35, Quantum Motorsports powered by the Golden Octopus Foundation, where we saw Aidan Schultz in the car of that one. The Locked On Lads Racing 707, and in 10th was Pinnacle Esports Racing. We had another Iridium Sim Sports car, the A26 car, in 11th place. Quantum Motorsports, Golden Octopus in 12th. The last minute races in 13th. Team Therapy in 14th. In with a chance in 15th. These are sounding like
Horses.
like race horses at the Melbourne Cup, aren't
yeah.
they? That's exactly what it. That's exactly what it was sounding like. Unfortunately, they didn't come up top trumps. Maybe they were long odds horses. I'm not sure. But no, good to see a few different names thrown in outside of the normal team names. So I'll have to say if anyone jumps in to have a chat to us. If not, it could be a rather short post-race show. I know I've booked in a practice session for our final round of Formula V's in at just over or just under 2 hours at 6 p.m. So any V's races want to jump on, we'll put a practice session together and do a few laps around PI. It's a great track for the V's. I'm hoping we'll get quite a few people out there. We'll see. Not uncommon to see 5 wide down the straight of Phillip Island in a V. and for the car in 5th to be first by the start of that next corner. So I'm sure Zach's voice box will be going off. We'll have to find a way to stop his mic clipping from getting so excited about the Formula V racing, as it was in.
Oh, there's a bit of drama in race control. I just want to bring up on, because it appears that Iridium Sin Sports 268 may have got a black flag from the hit from behind in the last lap, getting clocks putting them over the instant point limit.
Oh, no way.
Oh!
So Damien Cross posting in race control, car 17 last lap. Please check we now have black flag hit from behind. And then Philip Fox in defense basically saying, well, I don't think we can do much about it because they hit the brakes. So interested to see what race control make of that. I don't normally make a habit of reading out messages from the race control chat directly, but that's important because that's the last spot on the podium. So important that we know what's happening. So as it stands, it appears that I would assume that black flag not being cleared, Pacific Esports Racing would get it because iRacing would provide the penalty, would it not?
Yeah, iRacing provides that penalty, and you can't serve it at the end, so it's 40 seconds. So a big hit that'll push them back a few spots, and unavoidable for them. But no, I don't think Josh actually has any right, or Lee will have any right to clear that, because at the end of the day, that's how the incident point system works, and even if you get incident points that aren't your fault, you can go over the limit. That's not gonna get cleared. So that's really disappointing for them. Very hard work. But as I say this, look who has jumped into the green room. Matty Dench, how you going? That last stint looked like it was a little bit tougher on the fuel front for you. What was happening at the helm?
It looks like I calculated the short fuel stops on my average fuel, which was I was fuel saving. So yeah, we were like 20 litres short.
Yeah.
20 litres. Wait, you made that work with 20 litres short?
Yeah, that was like a 39 lap stint or something. It was a lot.
Oh my god. Oh my god. So that wasn't just a regular fuel save. That was you being like, just absolute willpower.
Yeah, I had to reinvent the way I fuel saved. I couldn't just lift off the throttle. I had to maintain I had to put in the 6th gear and then maintain 10% throttle to.
Yeah, see that explains.
That's what I thought.
That
I
explains
heard.
it. Yeah. Okay.
That's interesting. So and that just sort of kept a little bit of momentum there. So you didn't just shred time at the end of that braking zone when it slows down, I guess.
Yeah. So. Yeah, that took my laps from mid 56s into mid 55s, which was enough to keep the lead. If I did change how I fuel saved, we might have lost that one.
Yes, yeah, because it was down to 7 seconds by the end, and that stint started about 30. So it was very interesting watching Brock take out time, and then the lap times just got worse for you, I guess. It was sort of 3 seconds down at one point, and that's when we went, okay, there's something at play here. But yeah, were you convinced you were going to make it, or was it really 50-50 as to whether or not you'd need another stop?
I crunched the numbers before I jumped in the car, and I was like, if worst case scenario 40 laps, it's 2.5 average for fuel, liters. I was like, yeah, it's doable. It's slow but doable, and just looking at the gap, it was tossing up between whether to go flat out and just take the extra stop, or we just sort of gambled with it, and just went with it.
Oh, I guess the earliest stints that put you out 30 seconds in front were very valuable in the end. It allows you to get away with those, that miscalculation, right, when you're already that far that far ahead. How was everything else out there today? Was it fairly straightforward? How was it with all the GTPs sort of passing back and forth? Was it all pretty straightforward from that perspective, or do you have any problems?
Yeah, no, it was all good. They more or less caught us in pretty good spots. I'm sure if there was like 15 or 20 of them, there'd be a whole heap of chaos. But yeah, it was pretty
Good stuff. Well, Liam, have you got any other questions for the master?
I did want to ask. So you said you had to change how you fuel saved. So are you telling us you've just found a better, faster way to fuel save that you can now use in the Monday night free captain as well? Or would this be something you never pull out again unless you were in a similar situation?
well, without being able to use the clutch now, I think we were trying to work out how to fuel save efficiently, and I think I've just sort of worked it out. So we'll keep practicing with that one. And,
as if you needed to be better. As if you needed to be better. Like, it's just like, oh, I'm really glad I did it Enduro because I've just leveled up again.
Well, that was when I jumped in the car. There was an hour and 15 minutes left on the clock. So.
We usually see fuel stops around that hour mark in these, so that's a massive save.
Do you know
That's what?
Do you know what this is?
20%
This is exactly like Ben Keating at Fuji. So at the Fuji 8 hour, I've said this multiple times, but at the Fuji 8 hour, Ben Keating in the Corvette racing team saved 30 minutes more of fuel than any other GT on the track, and everyone was like, "How is that possible?"
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, as Matty Dench has done the same thing around Fuji before as well, despite it being one of his least favourite tracks. So, certainly a track you can save on. Is it relatively easy to save around here? You've got that downhill braking zone. You've got a few downhill braking zones, which I would imagine aren't too bad. But we saw you saving in sort of the uphill zones as well, which could take a bit more time out of things. Was it straightforward compared to other tracks, or you've got a lot of time where you could probably get off throttle maybe through this section a bit too? Or was it just going into those braking zones that you were saving it?
Any spot you had to touch the brake, I was lifting and upshifting many gears, and yeah, brake saving everywhere.
Yeah, you're in third gear.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Well, I mean, it looks like you're our only special guest to jump into the booth this afternoon. I think we have to G up everyone to come in and have a chat to us. I don't think we're that scary.
Oh boy. Apologies for cutting in there. I just have to mention, if this is correct, that incident that you were referring to, Liam, at the end of the event, which was between car 17 and
I-74.
Yes, it seems as though car 17 has been given a 10-second penalty for moving under brakes. So not only did they lose the position because of the penalty points, but they've been given a 10-second penalty.
Oh, no way.
I think I've read that right. I think I've read that right.
To that,
I'm going to try and find it
that.
because there isn't an event for it. So I'm thinking I'm just wondering if I can do this
overtake
and then find car 17.
Yeah.
So this was the drama happening way behind you, Denji. That you would have no idea has happened, but this is a...
Oh no, that's
too
flag,
late,
isn't it? Yep.
Flag,
So
yeah.
we need to go one lap back. So we'll just keep an eye on this. So this is the start of that lap. Now, these two got caught up in a ton of blue flag situations, and then where it really counted was I'm thinking all the cars that were a lap down had been given the checkered flag because they were a lap down. And so you can see them all going slowly ahead. So Stephen Banks these two are still on a racing lap, but everyone ahead of them is finished.
Is that what happened? These guys have actually finished the race?
These guys are done because they're a lap down when they cross the line. They're done. which is why they've slowed down. Now, where this is all going to be really messy is if they had just stayed off to the left, it would have been fine. But they've carried on at a speed. So this is this is going to be an interesting.
They can't be done if the cars behind them are still
Yeah,
running.
everything falls.
That can't happen. So
If you cross the line a lap down, that's the checkered flag for you, is it not?
no, it's any car that crosses after that first car crosses the line. Any car after that is checkered flag.
So here's where this is going to see.
So you can't just. I think they were just slower.
Yeah. So there's an issue here. Now the issue there is.
So
if we
we
just
It's
go back.
unbelievably poor luck for what was a really brilliant stint.
So let's just have. So here
Oh, he
see,
does move under brakes.
he
so
does. So
He really does.
so under the
Starts really
regulations, that is a penalty.
It is.
It's a rough one. So
So Ferrari didn't have anywhere else to go. He was probably spooked by the other cars around him as well. But yeah, you cannot move under brakes like that. The Ferrari behind the Philip Foster, he had no opportunity to do anything else. He's got a car on his outside too, and he just comes across on him.
yeah, that is moving in the
Yeah.
braking zone. That is moving and
Can't do
braking.
it.
So that's a rough one. But as per the regulations, you're not allowed to do that.
Well, I mean, and on the other hand as well, it felt very, very rough that he was going to get that penalty for going over incident points and lose that position. But now looking at it, there's almost an aspect of at least it was sort of his fault and wasn't just completely avoidable from his perspective. There was a darting across. Whether it would have happened anyway is, I guess, questionable. But there certainly was not insignificant movement there that assisted in that collision happening.
Yeah,
Well, they put up a good little show for the final bit. Yeah, if we don't have any other guests, we may as well start looking at wrapping this up, I think, Daniel.
Yeah. No, that's up to you guys. We can.
We've got the points as well. Maybe we could go through the points before this race too. I'm not sure if you loaded them up.
I wonder if I'll be able to get these. Let's see if I can get.
So I just sent you the photos earlier.
This way. Save to the same spot as it. There we go. See if we can do this on the fly. Let's try this.
So don't you be happy to know that you'll be extending your lead from the GT3 perspective in that Traptix racing car. Actually quite a way ahead of second place there, so 85 points plays 66. So this is before this round's points go into things. But on top of that, Barbecue Motorsport Australia car, which I didn't see out there today, I don't think. So we have had a lot of sort of single race or just one or two race runners throughout this endurance season. Like Redline Racing has not raced every race clearly, on 41 points down to ninth. They're usually pretty close towards the top of things when they are racing. But yeah, a few names on there that we didn't see out there. The Mighty Coast we saw out there today, Traptix Am we saw out there today as well. I believe Team Therapy we saw out there too, so there certainly are a few of them. But it does seem that we see a lot of events just coming in and out for single races that they can do as a team and get through. But yeah, that Tractor car certainly out in front on the GT3 side, and then just on the GTPs, Catalads are leading that. So this will actually be an interesting championship battle, really, because Stonk's got that win today, so that will bring them closer to the Catalads with them in down the sheet further, but I don't think they'll overtake them in the points as of yet. So there should be a live championship battle going into the final round here in the GTPs. That will likely be really a who wins, I'd imagine, especially with the 6 hour. There's a few more points on the line there. So yeah, Catalabs followed by Stone Racing, Low Bar Farming we didn't see out there today, I Like Motorsport that we did see out there today. So they will be trying to make up that gap as well. 21 points down from the leaders in Catalabs. Then yeah, Side Hustle Racing, Sharpie OT Solutions, see out there. Blackout Motorsport, CR, Chicken Nurburgring, and the Kidney Stones Brothers Racing. But I think I've only done one race, so yeah, that's good. We'll probably have a live championship battle going to the final one. Maybe not in the GT3s, as is commonplace when we have one Matt Dench in a GT3 car by the end of the season. The battle is often not live anymore, unless you decide to start right at the back or take a few rounds off or throw a Ford GT or something into a Matt. So, but no, well done. What a good season. And yeah, maybe we grab the sponsors up. Daniel? So, starting with our newest sponsor, Sprayton, and also non-alcoholic cider. We do not want to breach our racing terms and conditions, but something I still haven't tried. I reckon we should add it to the merch store. Although, we'll probably definitely have to add the non-alcoholic option there, because I think you need a liquor license otherwise. But nevertheless, I'd love to give that a shot. And thanks for them for jumping on board. Player One Sim Gear, so they've been come back as a sponsor. They sponsored us last year, and then they've come back recently, so that's good for all your sort of sim gear needs. Lobesy Racing, so Trent Lavis, who a lot to help out the club, does a lot of the up and comers, and that's what he's supporting. They'll be supporting going into next year as well. We'll try and get a few more broadcasts up for that series as well. You know, it's a very important part of the club, that up and comers series, for newer races and that sort of thing. Waste Options that do Monday nights for us and have been supporting for a while now, which is great. Orbic, so they support our GT4s, our tech manufacturer, I guess. They do tech stuff. Login Systems, more tech, managed IT business solutions. They are a key sponsor for the Endurance series. So special thanks to Login Systems for allowing us to put on these broadcasts for you each time. Do it without them. M-Wave, so if you've got any questions, Daniel's your guy. But yeah, brilliant tech retailer, big sales going on at the moment. I don't know if Daniel's got any key bargains to throw out there to give us a spiel, but I'd like to know about any bargains that are going on at the moment. I need a bit of new gear.
It's all good. Just remember, if you are going to buy, make sure to use the affiliate link from the GSRC Club channel, and that way some of the money that you spend will also go towards the club.
Flash Graphics, is a long-time supporter of the club. Need any graphical stuff done, go to them. It's a great little service.
Those sponsors run through.
That's our sponsors run through. We'll bring it. I'll throw the floor to you guys, Liam and Daniel. Is there anything else you want to add, or we can leave it there?
Well, we got not long to wait for the finale of the season. That will be coming to you on the
17th.
What time? 17th. Thank you. On the 17th, that will be the 4 hours of Circuit de la Sarre in France. So join us for that. That should be fantastic. As we've seen, there's been going to be a live battle for the championship in the LMDH category, so that's why we're tuning in for. And we'll have to see if we can convince Breadline to start from the front of the field, do qualifying properly, and see if they can take it to Tractus Racing, because those two teams, I think, are very evenly matched, especially where, like I said, when you consider that Breadline Racing were 30 seconds behind after they got through the field in second place, and that deficit at the line was 7 seconds. Yes, some of that was Tractus Racing getting their fuel calculations slightly wrong and having to save an ungodly amount of petrol before the end of the race. But the all the hints are there that could be a titanic battle. Around 6 hours of Circuit de los Alpes. Join us for that. Before then, we've got the final week of the regular GSRC Championships coming to you. So tomorrow night we'll have the finale of the I wanted to say GT4, but it's not the GT4, of the Supercars and the GT3 Championship broadcast live. Myself and Zach Caban will be bringing that to you, so please join us for that. There should be absolute crackers, particularly look at that 90 minutes around Mount Panorama in the GT3s to finish off the season. You'll get to see Denchi do Denchi things, you get to see the rest of a very strong field putting on a great battle. The battle for second in the championship very much alive in that series, if my recollections are correct. Then on Tuesday we've got the up-and-comers, which has been reimagined this season to be a bit more focused on all drivers learning their craft, not just those below a specific I rating. So that's going to be broadcast as well, so please join us for that. Those are always heaps of fun, and that's followed by the GT1s. Then on Wednesday night we've got the Radicals, followed by GT4, both very popular, particularly the GT4s. They got moved from the money time slot because they were so popular that we decided they deserved to take center place on a night, and they've made the most of that, and they are from Road Atlanta and Mount Panorama respectively, so get involved in that. And then on Thursday night, one of the best nights of the week, Formula V's with our own Sam Chapman going for the title, and then followed by the Porsche Cup, where once again you'll be able to see Denchi do Denchi things. Both of those around Phillip Island, both of those sprint races should be short, frenetic action, not one to miss. And that'll be yourself, Daniel Cresar, and Zach Caban, if I remember correctly.
That is correct.
Absolutely. So two very, very, very good commentators. So make sure you tune in for that. Until we see you next time, have a very good evening and enjoy however many days it is until we bring you the next Endurance broadcast. We'll be back on the 17th to wrap up this Login Systems Endurance Championship for you. I'm Liam Banks. Alongside me has been Daniel Cresar and Sam Chapman, and from all of us and the rest of the wish you a very good evening and good luck in all of your endeavours.